do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Hello. How's everybody doing? You went 2-6 hype? It's a little early to be hyped. And I say that while being hyped myself and wishing I could unhype myself. I want to not be excited right now, because I feel like it would be safer to do. It'd be safer to not be excited right now. But, okay, what was this? I don't even think that's the lowest level. Didn't we see one of these at like 38 or something?
Exile, do something.
Oh, it was normal. This is, wait, this is Uber L. Oh, it is. No way. Hold on. Uber Elder? Hold on. Okay. This is insane though. Oh! That's the only thing that ever hits me from this fight, and it's never enough to kill me. But I didn't know the easy way to dodge this. Oh, that's so easy. What? Of course. Of course, my bad. I feel stupid for ever getting hit by that now. God damn it. So what I looked over, the little purple shit. Hang on, I think it'll happen again. You'll see it in a minute. Yeah, the little purple shaper balls, the little mini ones. You just blink over them towards where they came from. Like they spawn from a location and head outwards. So as they get near you, you just spawn over the top of them and no others are there because they went out in all directions. It's so obvious once I see somebody do it. It's also like the only thing in this fight that's ever caused me any problems because this is one of the easier fights in my brain. Like this is easier than regular Maven or Quest Eater or X-Arch in my brain, at least. I have more trouble with Quest Eater and X-Arch than I have with Uber Elder. And I have way more trouble with Maven. Way more trouble. You think Uber Elder is easier than Maven? Yeah. And Story Eater and X-Arch? Mechanically, yes. Not numerically. Like it hits a lot harder and it does a lot more damage. But mechanically, I have less of a problem with Uber Elder than I have with Eater and X-Arch. Just in their regular forms. This is insane though. This is insane. Wait, how's he doing that dance? Hold up. This. What the fuck is that? How?
We did it. It's over. It's finally over.
Why don't people make those balls drop somewhere? Well, he's level 45. Any amount of damage from anything at all will kill him. That was a level 45 kill in 4 minutes. Is there like a fucking path of building here or something? No path of building? So it's a surf caster with a Diala's and a mage blood. 12% cast speed. I mean, it doesn't matter what corruptions they've got here. I think this is still disgusting. But that's not... This is the path of building here. Ah, this is where the idea came from. Right. Well, either way, I don't care how twinked you are at level 45. That's insanity. I'm just not that good. There's no world in which I could ever do that. An infinite amount of attempts with all that gear on, and I don't think I ever get that. I don't see it. That is insanity. Okay, so cleanup mode. There are way too many characters here. So like there's no way I need 2 necromancers. So let's see this lower level necromancer and see if it can go away. What the fuck are you? Wait, I thought this was from... Was I not looking at settlers? Oh. Right. Well, that was someone else's. There we go. That's where this stuff belongs. Okay, do you have... What else you got in here? It's gonna be important shit in here. Yep. It's time to clear out some space. There's one thing I noticed the day before yesterday. I went to make a character and there was 1 empty space left, and I'm just like, I've clearly done too much. We shouldn't have that. Treat it just like stash tabs and just buy more. I mean, you're not wrong. Like I could just buy more, right? Okay. Cast been stunned, don't die. You're already naked, right? You don't need to exist. What else can we get rid of? That is not even level 90. Surely it can go away. Yeah, I don't even know what you were. Oh, that was my... Was that an attempt at Spark? That was gonna be... That was Brands that was gonna go into Spark, but I ended up abandoning it because it wasn't good. That's what that one was. Bye, buddy. Okay, what do we got here? I've still got fucking 2 more necromancers. Yo, buddy, you gotta stop making necromancers. Well, that one can stay. That's sexy. Yo, that's sexy, actually. That's a geared man. What about this one? That is not a geared man. Not even a little bit. He needs to do the thing Diablo has where you just re-roll a character in the next season, but it's level 1 with nothing. Yeah, rebirth. It's like, I want to play that character again, rebirth. And it gets cleared of everything, but becomes that level 1 version again. I would do that. All right, we've now got 8 slots left. Alice Invasion only has the 1. Okay, standard. That's too many. There's no way I need this many standard characters. So the level 100s need to stay. And then something like unique. If there's something like unique, it needs to stay. Like brand me harder is not unique. It's just gonna be a brand build. See, I bet that's worth money now. Like that too. But like, I don't want to deal with standard stuff. To level 100. Yeah. Funnily enough, you could still make those bows right now. Alright, so you can probably not get deleted. But something else has to go. Surely I have a level 100. Or a stacker. I wish I could organize them via level. Yeah. There's one right there. There's 2. Oh god damn, that was so geared. Yo, I have so many like super... Oh my god, this one was fantastic. I loved this build. I wonder if this build still works. It really doesn't, does it? What's the benefit to keeping old characters? Nostalgia and the ability to test things if you want to. So specifically, at least as a content creator, I try and keep, like Yellow said, like if I've got a class that's above 95, I don't want to delete it if it's the only one I have of that class. Because it does mean if I have an idea at some point, I can be like, okay, log into standard, hobble together some gear on an appropriate level character, see if the build functions. What were you? Oh. Oh. This was one of my favorite builds ever. I don't think it even works anymore, does it? It does. Does it still do damage? Like, does it actually like kill stuff anymore? Did they just break the ability to make it? This was the best trap build ever. This is my all-time favorite trap build. Okay, it can't be made anymore. It's a crucible thing. So this is it right click to view? Yeah. So the important bit here isn't any of that. It's this one and that one. I had the double combo. So totems explode on death, dealing 30% of their life as physical damage. And then skills that would summon a totem have a 70% chance to summon another totem. Yeah, I think it was 500 or 600% instead of 30 during the league. It was a gross amount.
Can't see why I'd want to do that.
And so it ended up being like a full poison build. But the trick was you would use Devouring Totem because it had the highest health count, with Empower, Trap Support, Cluster Traps, Multiple Trap, and Charged Trap, which is a whole bunch of trap supports that all lower the damage of a skill, but they don't actually lower the damage of a totem. So what would happen is you'd throw out a bunch of traps, right? As the traps would proc, only one totem would be left alive because you can only have one totem out. But that means all the other totems that weren't that one that's left alive, all the others would explode for their 600% damage as physical. And so it was just you would just throw traps that spawn totems that explode the poisoned enemies. It was so much fun. It's cheating. It was most certainly cheating. But it was like it was mechanically sound. It did what it was supposed to do, and it was a lot of fun. It was dot capped instantly though. And when I say instantly, I mean, yeah, I made a Pathfinder for it. People were juggernauts. people with jugs starting over here, making like 7,500 life jugs with like 40,000 armor and 8 endurance charges that were still poison capped. like it was obscene, but it was so much fun though. Allocates Oath of the Summer. What the fuck is Oath of the Summer? That can't be what I had allocated before. Oh, I had a Raider thing on and Raider doesn't exist anymore. Right. What was this one? Lightning damage doesn't matter. Leaf Shade's quite nice. Oh, and so you had the double totem explode and Leaf Shade. Nice. Onslaught, I guess? Was it Onslaught? Maybe. I think so. Because it's taken points away from me, and I think... Yeah, I think I was suppressed cap with these points. And then... I think it was just Onslaught to go faster. And I used... Yeah. Nah, it was insane. Actually insane, that character. This one could probably go. It's already naked. So here's the big question, Baylor. If you're going to strip a character naked in standard, you know you're done with it. Why would you do that? Strip it naked and then not delete it. Like, why would we do that? This is definitely going to be a death wish. Yo, nearly every fucking build I log into has Ashes of the Star as its amulet. I may really like Ashes. Oh god, I forgot it had 20% RMR on it. It used to have 20% RMR. And just still have +1 level and 30% quality. Isn't that insane? That's insane. Yeah, that's worth some standard money. The league came out, it was like 40C. So, hear me out on this. I actually think that's a good thing. And I think that's how they should introduce new chase uniques from now on. Well, not from now on, from then on. I think it should be standard. It should just be told to us that that's what's happening right from the beginning. So specifically what I mean is if you've got a brand new powerful chase unique like Omniscience or Ashes was, making it incredibly common the league it comes out, and openly telling everyone, yo, after this first league, we'll balance it appropriately, both in power and rarity. But during the first league it exists, we're going to let everyone play with it. I think would be a fantastic thing to do. Like, I think that's like actively really good. Will PoE1 get more leagues? I mean, what do you mean? It's getting a league. It launches on the 13th. That's why we're back here excited about it. That's why we're clearing everything up, making space, working out what to do. We're getting a league. It's launching on the 13th. Okay, just had to make sure I was getting YouTube chat in case people typed. I am getting it, just no one typed. That's all. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Perfect melding. Don't care. Here's one way you wear the compression gloves. Because my hands hurt a lot, especially when playing PoE. There's a lot of clicking. I already had damaged hands from my work. That melding is 2 mirrors, by the way. No way. A perfect melding in standard 2 mirrors. But yeah, my hands were already pretty screwed from work, so I get a lot of knuckle pains when I play extended periods of gaming. And these lowered my hand pains by probably a good 80%. Having compression gloves has been amazing for me. I absolutely love it. You can find them at ! gloves if you want them. They're really good. I love them. Yeah, this is standard though. There. I don't think a -70 melding in standard is going to be worth 2 mirrors. All right, BalorMage. What about this guy? Can it go? You were already stripped. I also have this somewhere in standard. Ooh, Ice Spear extra proj. Nice. Helmet's pretty decent too, but in standard the helmet would probably get recrafted. But the enchant is insane. Okay. Orb's still best build. Poison's still overtuned. Is there another occultist? There's another occultist. There are 4 occultists. Okay. Okay. Oh, this one's actually a devouring diadem in standard with the 90% cost multiplier and the spark projectile. Like, there's no way that's not worth something. And a perfect legacy ashes. I don't get it. What was the thing that made this poison? Because I'm clearly set up for poison here. And I like vaguely remember this build being a poison build. But how did I make it poison? Oh, Phantasmal Spark, which got removed. So now it just isn't a poison build. Right, you're right, you're right. Damn, I missed Phantasmal Spark. That was great. Oh, damn. Look at that. 12-point lightning cluster, 35% 10 flat life and 3% attack and cast. The gloves are now 89. They are absolutely not. They're so much cheaper than that. What? An exclamation mark gloves? Nah, they're not that much. Is that for a pack of like 3 or something? Not for 1. There's no way. There's 60 each? Like each? That's insane. No way. Hold on, let me look. Yo, that is triple the price. I swear that's triple the price I paid. Yo, that's insane. Yeah, I swear they were like 15 to 20 each at most. I swear I buy like 3 packs for like $60 or $70 or something. Like normally. Is this a tariff bullshit? That shouldn't matter. Your tariffs in America shouldn't matter. When I order shit from not in America to delivered to not in America, that shouldn't matter. Gotta keep that. Gotta keep that. Don't really care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about any of the rest of it. USA Daddy crashing everybody's economy. Ah, can't wait for it to happen. Right, that one's gone. That's such an idea. No. No. We've done the same thing most other people have done. Which is just seek out deals with other people. We've been making deals through most of the EU. I think we're looking at making a deal directly with China. Like, we're just making deals elsewhere to, like, we just don't deal with the United States unless we have to, which is what most people are doing. They're just like, well, let's see what we can do elsewhere, because it's just not safe to deal with the US at all. So instead of like getting into a trade war or like having a tariff off, you just go, there are other people in the world. We'll just see what's around, and we'll only deal with America when we absolutely have to. Like when there isn't another option. Which, surprise, isn't that fucking often. You guys are not nearly as important as we all thought you were. We not just you guys, we all thought you were that important too. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we all thought that as well, until we started playing up recently and we were like, oh god, we have to go look elsewhere to deal with other stuff. And then we're like, actually, we don't really need to deal with the US that much. Not really. Really, really well, pushing the rest of the world into China's side. Well, it's just that China's so easy to make deals with, though. When you make a deal with China, you have a deal with China. They do not change it. They do not change it. You have that deal for that amount of time. They guarantee it. That's safe. That's what you want. Stability. And not that long back. Yeah. Yes. But that wasn't an actual written deal. That was like a word thing. We were dealing with each other, but there was no like set guaranteed trade thing happening. So they pulled because they can. I'm not saying dealing with China is like their word is gold. It's not. They care about themselves first. But if you get an actual signed contract, like an actual like, hey, this is how we're going to do it, and everyone signs, they tend to stick to it. Not like a word of mouth thing. They will fuck you if they have the opportunity to. Sung, how you doing? Okay, I think that's enough space. I think I've made enough space. Am I gonna run Holy Relic again? I kind of want to try Barma. You can try Barma. Barma's pretty good. Good news, Barma's a necromancer, so if you try it for a while and you hate it, you can pivot into Holy Relic. Because you already know you like that one. So you can just try and start Barma and play it. And if you decide you don't like the playstyle, you could just swap. What was this one? Yo, legacy quant boots with movement speed. Oh, what are those venters? Well, that one's okay. Why was I wearing this? That one's all right. Why that one? Okay, so this was obviously a Mage Blood setup. So this was obviously a Caustic Arrow Death's Oath Magic Find build. Somehow. Okay, well, you're worth keeping. You're not. You're not. You are. You are. You're not. You are. That's it? Did minion build in PoE2 to test it out. Holy Relic was awesome. There is one minion build in PoE2 that I actually really like the look of that I never played. I had already quit PoE2 before the build came out, but it was by someone else I hadn't heard of before. It wasn't like a normal minion content creator. It was someone else. But it looked really fucking good. Shit, I wish I like remembered his name. You've best this, none of those matter. It was like Unearth. Its main thing was Unearth. And it was really good. Not the dude that shit on every minion creator? No, not the one with an attitude problem who's on max roll. Not that one. That guy's builds are basically the same as everybody else's. He's just really, really good at path of building. And I want to be real clear when I criticize that guy's build. He's not lying on path of building. He's not faking his path of building. He's better at setting up the path of building correctly than the rest of us were. Upon doing a deep dive into his path of building, most of the settings he'd done on like the back end that were all hidden are things that we should have also done. And once we apply those same things to our builds, they basically look the same. He's doing the same thing everybody else is doing. He's just really good at setting up path of building better and more accurately than me or Gazi or anyone else was doing. But it made his builds look better. And then he used that to come into everybody else's stream with a massive attitude problem and talk about how shit everybody was, which is just not something I approve of at all. He was not faking his builds, but they're nothing special. They're just like everybody else's. It's important to be real specific about what I'm talking shit about. And I'm talking shit about his attitude and the way he interacts with people, not his actual build, which was just fine. Right? Doing a cinema infernal bombarding, it's okay. If you're an infernalist, that's good. Yeah, look, I'm just not happy with the state of minions in PoE 2 at all. I don't think for the most part that they're playable. I actually am ready to abandon PoE 2 minions now. Okay, there we go. Now I've got 11 slots for... Yeah, I thought they were good until I started playing other things. Like I thought, not good, I thought it was at least playable. Until I started playing other things and was like, oh no. Oh no, I've been struggling and moving very slowly for no good reason. I should have just played a different build. Burn off your minion build. A popcorn build than a true minion build. Well, there was one somebody made in PoE 2 that was using Unearth to make like 100 of those little unearthed minions with really good duration, and it actually looked great. And that was something very different than anyone else has tried to do. And it looked fantastic, actually. All right, so now that we're done with that, something I want to get used to, something I want to test out is that's the one. Damn, there's no... Huh. Zero spending kill, that's her setting. Yeah. Po2 charges are pretty meh. Hex Blast. I mean, I'm not like super sold on Hex Blast. I'm just thinking Sanctum. I'm thinking Sanctum makes you a lot of money, like a lot of money early. And I'm thinking, I'm like looking at Sanctum runners. Would I enjoy Sanctum is the real question. Enjoy money? I do.
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
I like being here. I always learn a lot. Thank you.
King of chat. Over to Prime. Key to enjoying Sanctum is to compare it to PoE2's Sanctum. Yeah, I don't actually mind Sekima as a place to farm. I only hate Sekima as a place to have to run to get my ascendancy. Like, as an alternate end game thing to play, I'm cool with it. Tested Lance's first brand into Hex Blast in Sanctum. It feels smooth. Lance did one. Lance is Energy Blade Inquisitor.
Make up your own choices. I'm not going to tell you how to level, but Leap Slam is what I recommend, but you can do whatever you want. All right, so this is basically what the tree looks like. We level up, the idea is all the way to level 68. So in game, I have a character right now. This is a level 68 character, and I did basically an SSF start where I played for roughly about 5 hours and 13 minutes. That's what the live split timer is, if you check the VODs for how long it took me to get here. And in this setup, I got 16 chaos and a bunch of miscellaneous currency, which, for example, the jeweler orb will use to force socket our Khaleesi's Grace, and then we'll use a few extra jewel orbs and some fusings to link them. Obviously, we will use that to set up our other sockets as well. The idea is basically this character's level 76. I have, I believe, 9 passives unspec'd, or 8 passives unspec'd, as you can see on the tree here. What I am demonstrating here is a level 68 character. And you'll notice on my tree, I have this 15 cold res spec. This is just simulating the
Nice until you get gear. Yeah, I don't mind that.
Which I can't.
Something that's really, really, really good early league to get money is around Act like 5, I think it is, or something like that. 5 or 6. Whenever you get access, you just jump in and pick up contracts, and then you go back to quests. And then next level, you jump in and pick up contracts and you go back to quests. And then next level, you jump in and pick up contracts and you go back to quests. And then before Katava 10, you run back into Heist. You run all of the contracts that are only the good 2 contracts, the ones that make money. And you run them before Katava 10. And you come out with a bunch of money to gear your character. And then you can scream progression. Or, at that point, gear for Sanctum and not kill Katava. And then go do Sanctum instead.
Go back and properly spec 4, because Alira isn't in the game as just a 1 passive node for right now. So that's basically what's capping our res, and that's why this node is clicked currently on this POB. In the POB node section, that is not there, but that's why it's on this character you see right in front of you. Anyways, The cheap uniques you want to buy: Malachi Simula, Carnage Heart, Alori's Lantern, a Ghost Wraith, a rare ring, rare shield, rare belt, Palm's Roots, and Khaleesi's Grace, and then just a random vendor sword that you can leap slam around with. That has 2 greens and 1 red is all you really need.
I much prefer shield charge to leap slam.
Or your energy blade slot. Now the way this works is there's key reasons I'm using some of these items. For one, Calm's Heart is very important if you're using a Ghost Wraith build. Your stun mitigation is very bad. Your stun threshold is based on a 2k life pool. This character is not set up defensively. This solves stun in the Sanctum, so we don't get stuck somewhere and take a bunch of hits and lose a bunch of resolve, and that's why we have this. It's okay though, because our movement skill in the Sanctum is specifically set up to be leap slam, and this generally ends up being fairly fast or fast.
Also, leap slam I can see for Sanctum being a thing, 100%. He's got Frostblink though. If you were mapping, I wouldn't do leap slam.
Movement speed, it solves that one.
But then I also wouldn't use these boots for mapping. So
Ghost Wraith is how you push a decent ES number very early on. You know, 5,000 ES, and then Energy Blade turns it into 3k. That is pushing a decent ES number early on, and it comes with Chaos Res, which allows us to get to 72 Chaos Res. Now, that's not the only reason we're getting close to Chaos Res cap. The key thing I want you to notice is when I use slash passive, you'll notice we only have 22. Normally you get 24, and the 2 I'm missing is from killing Kitava. When I recommend this league start, it's all about waiting to kill Kitava until you've done a bunch of Sanctums. You don't have to kill. I have a Sanctum with gain 15 resolve on kill.
So this is like
when you kill a boss, not particularly
first
valuable.
Sanctum, basically.
But this is just showcasing early Sanctum. You get a quest reward, what it looks like. The general gameplay is put 2 brands on enemy, jump around. That's all it is. Put brand on enemy, jump around. It's pretty simple. The thing is though, if you're gonna do a Sanctum league start, I would say, you want to make sure that you have some level of familiarity with mechanics. I wouldn't recommend just going in blind, for example, because your character is not going to be particularly, it's not gonna be forgiving if you click bad afflictions. So even though this character is set up for Sanctum to be very easy, you will kill enemies fast, all you need to do is jump around, it does take some level of knowledge of what afflictions to not click, because there are some that could brick your run even if you have.
My only question is, assuming there's an Atlas rework, you're going to be farming Sanctum over playing the rework. Well, so the thing is, if you farm before we know what we're doing, or the best way to progress, the best way to make money, if Sanctum still exists and you just spend the first 2 days running Sanctum, congratulations, you came out with 200 div and a really fucking geared character, and now you can progress the Atlas, right?
A good character. And so I would caution you, if you're going to play this, at least do a practice run or 2 so you have some familiarity with the mechanics. That will very much matter, because the strategy is contingent on completing your first Sanctum. The first Sanctum is what catapults you into, number 1, buying your second Sanctum, number 2, buying upgrades, so you continue to steamroll the harder and harder Sanctums and get more and more currency. Now, if you're wondering, Sanctums, are they affordable early league? Yes, they are. The way it works is, not many people start Sanctum. Very few builds have the damage to do Sanctum early, and that ends up meaning very few people do Sanctum early. But the thing is,
it's not just about damage, they also just don't want to.
Is everybody drops them. They are a random drop that occurs. You can drop them in the level 1 map. You can drop them in a T15 map. The point is, say there's 5% of the player base that's rushing Sanctum. It's me.
There's not. It's like 0.5% at best.
You, 3 other guys, and 95 other players are going into maps. 95 other players are going to complete on average, I don't know, 5, maybe 10 maps per 1 Sanctum we do. During that time frame, they're going to drop Sanctums. Generally, there is more supply and generation of Sanctums coming into the economy than the Sanctum players can consume.
Nice.
Unless there's like some huge, massive meta shift. And
so they don't very quickly end up 20C each. These are talking about low level ones. The high ones end up being 20C each.
20% of the player base copies my build.
But also, you're going to walk out of every Sanctum with like 100 raw chaos and 3 divines. Minimum. So
Sanctum rush strategy. Sanctums, you will buy the next one with your currency you got.
20 is free, basically.
They cannot sell for that much because there's just too much competition out there, and you will be printing money hand over fist And I'd recommend every single time you complete a run, look at upgrades you can make to your character. For example, one of the first upgrades I like to go for is always just swapping from Carnage Heart to Astramentus, stuff like that, better rares. All of it goes a long way of making you steamroll the Sanctum faster and faster. Last league, in about 10 hours time, I was doing level 83 Sanctums with a character that had gear very similar to this, except I had upgraded some of the rares to be a bit better. For example, I had upgraded out of Glories, and I progressed it and pushed it, and I was killing the 83 guards just as fast as I was killing these level 70 guards just now. So hopefully that gives you a good idea of the strategy and what this looks like.
So the point of a pure Sanctum runner like this is that you need very little to be able to do 83s, and that is the goal, right? You're trying to get into the cheap ones early and use that profit to push you up to be able to do 83s and to be able to buy them when no one else can. Who's this? This is Captain Let's. It's fucking 10 months ago, but it's relevant since it's still the same league.
This is the Firecast level, and then you will respec what this character has that you're seeing in game that I just showed you for that first room, that their tree looks like this. You'll notice the respec points are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think, oh, and 9, 10. Those are the swaps we make. It's about 10 passives. You will have these if you've done your quests with respec points for passive points. Like, I don't even think you don't have to go out of your way. You get 10 passives just by doing most of the campaign, I believe. But the point is, the main respecs are you're dropping Elemental Overload, you're dropping this caster wield for the caster wield.
Playing another energy shield played like 2 weeks ago.
Ailment effect instead of the chance to free shock a knight. The reason for that is it's a bit better shock, and you're dropping the flip res node because the flip res node doesn't matter when you're an Inquisitor that ignores res.
Correct.
Ooh, hopefully I have explained this quasi well. I don't know if I have, but anyways, that is the start. You League Star Firebase caster, kill the Sanctum with Energy Blade setup.
Like a living embodiment of the
Gear, upgrade your
70s. Oh, it gets so much worse. Matching pants.
And then you will transition to what I'm going to show you next, which is the initial setup for Tri-Stack. Tri-Stack, for example, last league when I did this league start, I don't think I killed Katava. Granted, I could have killed Katava earlier because I was res capped before this, but I waited to kill Katava until I want to say my character was like 90, level 91, 92. It was something like that. I had already bought my Ivory Tower, my Wrathpith, my Balbala, all of my key items I had already purchased, and I went into killing Katava as
last league was Necropolis.
Demigod, which could have been uber viable at that point because we'd gotten all the gear in Sanctum in about basically at the end of Tay 2. I had enough currency to set this version of the character up. What I'm showing you right now is a Tri-Stack character with Curtain Call. Now, the biggest change that happened to this build overall was simply that Adorn got nerfed. Outside that, the character didn't really get changed. The leveling got a little bit nerfed with the Dark Art change, and that is about it. Hexblast of Contradiction, as far as I know, stayed at 340% effectiveness the entire way through. The only one that got changed was the regular Hexblast for leveling. So ultimately, we can still keep this at level 1 and lose almost no damage. The reason why we have this at level 1 is because it has less reservation costs, so we can have just a little bit of life left over. That's what's going on there. Key piece of information I will let you know right now is if you get to a point where you throw a certain amount of mines and your character can't throw anymore, you are getting soft locked by not having enough reservation space. That is something where you need to fix some of your reservation to make it work. For example, right now I have Curtain Call on this character with 90% reservation. You don't need this initially to set up the character. I have Flesh and Stone, which is a good defensive upgrade, but you could just swap this out for something like Vitality and then not have the 90% reservation, and it should still fit. That is just an example of what you can do. Outside of that, the character is a split personality tree. The split personalities is essentially based on what stats you have on your gear. You want any combination of attributes. Most likely it's going to be Dex with either Int or Dex with Strength, or you can even do Dex with Life or Dex with ES if the other split personalities are just a bit too expensive initially. Double attribute is the best, but you might start out with Dex Life or Dex Int. depending on how it goes. And the reasoning for that is essentially, even if you have a lot of dex on your gear, our tree has a lot of strength and it has a lot of int and only an anointment for utmost swiftness. So dex is generally a bit lower on our stat line, and we make up for that and we even it out by having extra dex on these jewels.
I don't know if it's like a penance brand. For some reason I feel like I'd rather be playing Hex Blast Mines. I feel like I like Hex Blast Mines more than I like Penance Brand. Oh, the Assassin's versions are like so much worse / better. Like better in the way that their damage is higher, but worse in the way that they do become exclusively Sanctum runners. Exclusively. At least when you do the Inquisitor, you can go map, you can go do other things. When you run the Assassin, you're done. You're in Sanctum. That's your life now. Like it's all you can do. But a settler build is still good. I mean, it still is settlers build league.
These are flesh vessels, just like you. You have invoked the wrath of a powerful entity. Perish. You have challenged my
Yeah, see,
legion, but
Assassins so much more damage early. Like that was gross. That was gross. But also like you get 800 life. Like you can't go mam. Like you just can't, right?
will succumb.
So my thing is, if I do the Hex Blast Occultist and it works well, then that build can just become Holy Relic at the end of day 2, which is what I still want to do. Except I can skip all the leveling, all the bullshit, all the awkward stuff, and I can just be like, boom, 6-link Dialas, proper weapon, jewels, off I go, bye. And just be like, ta-da, I'm good.
You stare into the abyss.
If they don't nerf Holy Relic, I don't think they're gonna nerf Holy Relic. I don't think they're gonna nerf Holy Relic.
Stares back.
Alright, let's see how the boss goes. Alright, so but that's the thing. Holy Relic isn't OP. Like, it's not like it's not one of those ones that's like annihilating tier 17s and no gear. It's not one of those ones that's just like doing 150 million DPS. It's not like, nothing about it's OP.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Here we go.
You advance my plans every time you return here.
If you hear those gaze at the first phase, relog immediately.
My servant,
Yeah, see, no.
playing with fire will get you burned.
That's so annoying. Yeah, I like the Inquisitor version better. It comes in with 3000 energy shield. It's not doing quite as much damage, but the damage is still very high. But if you do get hit by something, it's fine. Like, you can take a hit from whatever. You still have some resolve. You still have some energy shield. It's not super high, but like, it's enough that if you screw up a little bit, it doesn't matter. Whereas these like assassins, they feel like they're doing no hit runs every time. Like they've got 170 resolve, 800 life total, and that's it. And I'm just like, that fills me with anxiety. I'm not that good of a player. Like, I know the damage is higher. Like, it's gross. That's gross damage. Like, that is gross damage. So that's where you get the rest of that from. Just out of curiosity, instead of 8 mil. What do you get when you do this? 2. Why is it so much lower? Why is it so much lower? Like, why is Stormbrand so much worse? .2 with the alt quality instead of 8. And that's with the level 5 woke added lightning. Like, why is it so much worse? Because it's the same thing. It ends up being all lightning. You convert to cold. It's still a brand. You still use heat shiver. Like why is it so much worse? But yeah, I think I'm Hex Blast. If I'm gonna do it, I think it's Hex Blast, because at least I end up being a witch for it. This guy right here. This guy right here did it. Cool edit. Cool edit, my dude. All right, that's actually pretty cool.
Starting a Sanctum farmer when you're dirt poor is already a small challenge in itself, sure, but come on, let's be honest. I could just progress deep into maps, go farm Expedition or Essences for a while, and there you go. After a couple hours, I've completely skipped the hardest part of the challenge, which would be trying to farm Sanctum when you're dirt fucking poor. So in the spirit of a challenge, I'm going to add a ban on myself. I can't farm any currency in maps, period. Which means I can only make currency from the campaign, the league mechanics in the campaign, and Sanctum itself. And I consider ourselves a hero when we reach 60 million damage. Alright, that's enough yapping.
Act 1. The journey begins.
We need to get to the library. So what weapon of choice will I use to get to, level 28? Well, we're doing a whole mine theme, right? So sure, let's try Stormblast. I mean, I haven't leveled with this in like 2 years, but it can't be as bad as I remember it being, right?
Okay. It's horrible.
Wow, this feels like shit.
Yeah, we're just gonna level with magma balls, aren't we?
You're goddamn right.
Look, it's 2024, man. I'm not manually detonating mines. That's not happening. I'm just gonna use rolling magma and flame wall, okay? Our journey actually will start when we hit library. Okay, library completed. We're finally level 28, and we can finally switch to Pyroclast Mine. But honestly, more importantly, we finally have access to automation, and that's the real savior. And to be honest, I've literally never used Pyroclast Mine before, but I think it does damage.
Damn, this looks kinda sick.
If it starts to fall off, I'll probably just switch to Firestorm, but honestly, I think I'll just make this work. All right,
Yeah, no,
first big
Pyroclast is
RNG
good.
pull. If we get lucky, we get rich. If not, then okay, well, yeah, that's about right. We're gonna take the power charge ascendancy early. The other ones literally are useless until later. Okay, I gotta be real with you. This is going way better than I thought it would.
Ain't no way this guy just jumped down a giant asshole. Bro, what the f-
Anyway, honestly, so far it's been pretty straightforward, but I think it's time to stop with the foreplay and get straight to business. We need currency, we need to start farming, we need to go to
Act 6. We're broke. I hate being broke.
Alright, it's time for money. Look, it's no secret. Hexblast does a ton of damage.
Yep.
But it starts with nothing. In fact, if you just put on the skill and try to play it, it literally doesn't work. We need uniques to
Yeah,
make
it's
it work.
horrendous.
The bigger issue is we need a 5-link to get enough damage to comfortably start our first Sanctum. So we're looking at between 50 to 100 chaos. Coming into this, I have 4 ideas to get money. The first one would just be lab farming for gems.
Not again, damn
Nope.
it.
The second would be Bloody Aqueduct's delirium farming.
Nope.
I mean, maybe?
Third is generic Act 9 betrayal farming, nothing special.
Nah.
Do we really feel like playing betrayal board bingo?
And number 4 is heist.
I thought
Yep,
we hated
that's the one.
heist.
Look, it's no
We do,
secret.
but-
I hate heist. I hate doors. But heist kinda does the trick.
Yeah,
Let me
that's the
explain.
one.
Starting in Act 6, you can go to any zone, but personally, I prefer Tidal Island. It's a big circle. We just run around, enter, and exit. We look for the heist chest. Hopefully, this shouldn't take me too long, but in the past, I have been pretty unlucky.
What the?
Necro
Usually
Sanctum
this
runner?
takes 20
Oh, for the
minutes.
bomber.
All right, I'm not gonna lie, that was way faster than I thought it'd be. That was like 5 minutes. So now we have the coin. Use the coin, go to Rogue Harbor, and what we want is to re-roll contracts. Talk to this guy, paste in this string, and any contract that highlights, we buy. We don't have enough Orbs of Chance and Alchemies to just buy every contract. These 3 that are pasted in are the ones that give you the Chaos Orbs the most. So the trick is simple. We run a contract, we'll level up, come back, the vendor refreshes, we buy more, we rinse and repeat. Here's the catch.
Yep, that's the
Eventually,
thing.
we won't be able to do this anymore. The contract's eye level matches your level, but only until level 67. So by the time we hit our goal of level 71, the EXP will have dried up, and we can't reroll contracts anymore. If we fail our first Sanctum, then we're just shit out of luck.
Imagine failing a Sanctum. What a bozo.
This is just so much quicker than chaos recipe farming. Like at least whether I do Sanctum or not, I have to get used to doing this bit where we just do heist for like an hour or 2. Even though I fucking hate it.
Yo, okay, my luck stat is looking good today. Unfortunately, looks like it's only worth 20 chaos. Oh well, put it up for sale. If it sells, cool. If it doesn't, not that big a deal because we're done. We have 74 chaos. We are level 65, so it's finally time to head to Act 10, and there we get our free quest Sanctum.
It's about time. So tired of leveling.
I mean, she's not wrong. Leveling is leveling. By the way, we're way over leveled for the campaign now. So I think this is a good time to skip the campaign and start talking about
Kitava, Hexblast, and Sanctum.
Since we've put a currency ban on ourselves, I'm not really in a rush to kill Act 10 Kitava, right? The 2 skill points are good, but the resistance penalty is pretty severe, especially on a low budget character. What I'm thinking right now is we'll see Kitava later, level 90 type of later.
Think they mentioned Kitava in PoE too? Probably not.
They don't.
Okay, time to talk Hex Blast. Here,
Okay, skip through.
bro, you can't be outing me like that. Like, in again. Now, Sanctum's all about move speed and damage, so we're going low life already. We're gonna run Flesh and Stone as our defensive aura. This is mostly gonna help against the Flicker Strike guy. If you know, you know.
He died to the Flicker Strike guy this league. Pretty pathetic.
Bro, you can't be outing me like that. Like, anyway, we've done our prep, we're fully set up. It's officially time for
Home of the Dopamine Goblins. Oh, I meant Sanctum. My bad.
Dopamine goblins.
Let's see if my
What?
POB numbers betray me or not. Okay, guard damage is fine, could be better, but with Wither Totems, our damage should really shine on bosses.
Sounds like copium to me.
He went a little bit over the top with the like AI witch voice. It was funny a few times, but like,
I thought our damage would be good, but not this good. What the hell?
Oh, I guess it wasn't copium.
Well, time to play
yeah,
for Divine.
see, that level
We
of
got
damage is
no
fine.
Divines. The luck is good, just not that good.
Skill issue.
See, like, that's fine.
All this, and we're still poor? I hate it here.
Yeah. The good news is we can farm Sanctum. The bad news is even though our gear is legit bad, our next upgrades are already a minimum of 2 Divines. So we go again, but this time we'll buy a cheap relic so we never fail a Sanctum.
Crazy how he just jinxes us like that.
Second Sanctum run and literally nothing happened. No Divines, we make our money back, our gems level, but that's it. We go again. Okay, third run, first Divine, I'll take it, but it's not 2, but we'll take it.
God damn, I love money.
And the RF is not in. RF is fantastic.
Are you kidding
Not for
me?
Sanctum.
For the record, getting a raw Divine drop in Sanctum is actually so unlikely.
Literally has Chris on speed dial. Jesus Christ.
We needed 2 Divines, and we got them. I just didn't think we'd get them like that. Unfortunately,
There's something with
just as
DPL,
fast as
right?
we got the money, we're gonna lose it. So here's our shopping list. Our worst piece of gear is so painfully obvious. It's the Dread Arc. It has no damage, it has the wrong curse on it, so we're gonna replace
Yeah.
it with this god-awful Iron Ring. And
Yep.
as bad as it looks, I promise it's worth it. The LE weakness,
Right. So, yes, Steel Mage farmed Sanctum with SRS. Really important. That was not league start appropriate. He did that mid-league, and it was a really good league start mid-league because buying the 2 swords, because he used both of the swords, the level 25 MB swords, to get all of his Wither chance and all of his poison chance out of it. So he did... yeah, it was a 0 to hero, but it was in the middle of the league. It was his league start, but it was in the middle of the league. Right? So it worked really, really well, but those items that he bought aren't available on day 1 or 2 or 3. They don't exist. And then when they do exist, they're very expensive. If you come in 3 or 4 weeks later, you can pick up those items for free. Like, they're worthless. You make 4 chaos and you're like, yep, I can do the thing. And then you make 3 more chaos and you're like, yep, I can buy the other sword now. Right? To be clear, none of it was clickbait or misdirection. He was very open about exactly what he was doing and exactly how it would work and exactly why it was a good idea. But people forget or they don't pay attention. Steel did not misrepresent what he was doing. People just saw it and then were like, look, I can do that in a league start. And you absolutely can't. That's not what he did. He didn't tell you to do it. That's not what he was advising people to do. What he was doing there was showing people, his intention with that thing was to show people that even in the middle of the league, you could just show up and make tons of money if you wanted to. And then people said, no, you can't. And he said, yes, you can. This is what I'll do. And then he said, I'll start in softcore standard right now. We'll do a fresh run, 0 to hero, and I'll make X amount of money in Y amount of time. And then he blew that out the water.
is gonna work with the next upgrade we get. So
So he knew what he was doing.
It really do be looking that bad. Just wait for the next upgrade. And we buy a Profane Proxy, the staple for Hex Blast. We drop Blasphemy, put on Zealotry, put Frostbite in the ring, and there you go. We're fully online as a Hex Blast character. For the Dread Arc replacement, we're just gonna get a normal rare wand. And of course, the most important item, move speed. A lot. And
Also,
there
just
you go.
backing up
We're
here.
fully online as a Hex Blast character. For the Dread Arc replacement,
Yeah, see, a singularity. Get a singularity if you're at this point. They're insane. They're insane. Singularities are fucking so cracked. They're overlooked so much. Hi, buddy. Hello. Are you trying to get out? Are you trying to run out the front door with mum? Don't shut the door. I got him. Yeah, you're trying to run out the front door, but mum's trying to leave without you. Is that unacceptable? Is it unacceptable that she leaves without you? Is it? Is it unacceptable, buddy? Oh, no. 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 You're gonna have to wait. Yeah, I know. You wanna run to the front door, don't you? Oh, I know, buddy. Oh, I wanna let him. Oh, buddy. You're gonna have to wait another 30 seconds till they get out the front door and leave properly. Oh, buddy. Oh. I know. I know. I know. Come on, stay. 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 Alright, I think they've shut the door. Run! He can't figure out how to get out the door. It's open, but not quite open enough. And I think he's not big enough to put pressure on my door. Yeah. But there's room. That's open. You can just walk through. There you go. Okay. So, Singularity cooked in this situation. First of all, even though Hexblast has a high flat amount on it, it also has a high damage efficiency. So up to 200 flat lightning is insane. Cast speed is irrelevant on a minor, but even so, reduced cost of skills is great. Nearby enemies are hindered. That's the larger nearby, the one that covers most of the screen. And then it's 100% increased damage, which does not show up on your tooltip. And 30 here. So 130% damage, some reduced mana cost, and a buttload of flat. Like, that's better. That's better than the one that guy just bought. And it's free. The 30 elemental isn't a thing for Hexblast, but it is a thing for a lot. Just generically, for most spells, Singularity beats most weapons most characters are wearing. Now, it's not like a fantastically good one late game, but like what most people are wearing in the first few days of a league is almost always worse than a Singularity would be. If you're a spell build of any kind. Almost always. So always look into Singularity as an option instead of doing
we're
that.
just gonna get a normal rare wand. And of course, the most important item, move speed. A lot of it.
Speaking of speed, those flasks are an abomination.
Yeah. Even though I personally hate spending money on flasks, Sanctum's all about move speed. So, gotta do what you gotta do. We'll do our quick Uber Lab run for our last ascendancy point. This lets us unspec Whispers of Doom, so it does save us some skill points, but it's not the worst, it's not the best. We'll take it.
Still poor, by the way.
Here's the deal. We're broke. But
Yeah, the AI which is overused. Yeah, it was a good bit. Like if it was happening like, what is this? This is like a 20-minute video. I'd say you could do that 4 or 5 times over the course of the video and have it be a running bit that was funny every time. This is too much.
So I'm thinking we push our limits and we go up in difficulty. The higher the level, the better the chance for divines.
Does that makes sense, right? If it was 4 or 5 times over the course of 20 minutes.
So a 74 should be a good test. All right, the verdict on our damage is it's fine. It's not amazing, but at least we can handle 74s.
What the hell is this? It's all garbage.
Call me a dopamine goblin because I love Sanctum.
Now this is dopamine.
Yo, the back-to-back, okay. All right, as long as I don't choke this run, we legitimately are gonna get really strong.
581.
Oh
Yes.
God, not like this. Lock it in, you clown.
Wow, I got no excuse. I don't know, I'm bad, but come on, let's be honest. We already knew that. With our newfound wealth, we have a total of 4 divines, and they're all gone already. 1 was spent on a badge of the Brotherhood, literally the most popular Sanctum item I think that's ever existed. The last 3 divines and change were spent on a void battery. Where power charge stacking, it's a power charge item, there was no question, right? And with these last 2 upgrades, we are finally, actually out of the broke boy budget POB.
You're welcome, by the way. Get no thanks around here.
With this level of damage and move speed, we should have no problem doing any Sanctums under level 80. So here's the situation. The next upgrade I want to go for is 23 divines already.
At least let me get a cup of coffee first. This is gonna be a long one.
See, now these little like music cut bits, those are great. I don't mind them at all. These bits are great. The overuse of the witch AI is too much.
Honestly, that wasn't that bad.
Okay, even I'm
But these
sitting
bits
here
are
kinda
fantastic.
going like, what the hell was that RNG? This account is RNG blessed. I can't even deny it anymore.
Knew it all along.
All right, as usual, as fast as we got the money, it's time to say goodbye. With our newfound wealth, we're going to buy Relicash boots. Was there really any doubt? Relicash are just so strong, man. They activate so many things. Malachi's Loop ignores the downside, we get more damage. Raven's Secret ignores the downside, we get more damage. Militant Faith ignores the downside, way more spell damage. One item unlocks so much damage for us, and with that damage, we can finally kill Act 10 Kitava.
This is about to be a Freezer versus Krillin moment.
We can also do any tier of Sanctum now, but we also need to kill Kitava. Obviously, we don't need the currency from maps, but it is time for a better ring. As much as this ring did its job, it
You guys, first year 60
is
seconds
such
is
a
just
piece
jarring.
of shit.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah, if it was used like 4 or 5 times over the course of the
So
video,
much. Instead of
Right.
buying one,
Hilarious.
people overprice them so much. So we're gonna make our own curse ring. Go unlock Harvest. Make a trip over to Cassia before I forget. Side note, I bought these oils at 77 and I forgot we couldn't enter maps.
Memory of a damn goldfish.
I'm really not picky and we're kind of being a little cheap right now, so we'll just get a usable base, buy some blue juice, hit it with caster, and I'm really just looking for resistances here. I don't care about HP, don't care about energy shield. It's good enough. I'm not going to be picky. We're dropping the Dojo's tenure and we're going to get a pair of rare gloves to fill out whatever we're missing. HP, res, whatever we need. Running low on gold, so hopefully these Searing and Exarch rolls are not that painful. Damn. Alright, yeah, we wanted exposure for more damage and we wanted frenzy for more damage. Why can't it always be this easy? And after all of that, this is where we're at. The damage is good. We 100% can turn our brains off and just run any Sanctum we want. It doesn't matter. With that being said, we are missing some crucial pieces still.
see,
You're
that
about to
seems
say we need
pretty
more money
good.
again, aren't you?
Well, somebody's paying attention. Yep, time for our last grind.
These little bits, these make me happy. Like I like these little bits. They're good. He's like timed them all on the
And
beat.
there it is, boys. We're done.
My dopamine levels will never be the same.
The final expensive upgrade we were aiming for was a Sandstorm Visage. It gives us 100% critical strike chance. In fact, it even gives us more than we need. So we get to free up some points, and now we get the fat jewel setup. For the larges, you definitely just want chaos damage or anything that's good, but for the mediums, you
That'll
want
do it.
exactly these mods. More move speed, more damage, and the mine throwing speed is such a good quality of life. It actually makes the build feel smooth. Now, before I did the last 15 runs, I did grab this jewel after we got a couple divines. This solves our wither stack
Hey,
issue,
hello.
and we can just drop wither totem completely. Also, for the record, just buy the jewels. Don't be like me. I got bored. I felt like trying my luck. It's almost never worth it. Now we also have the little friend following us around, Animate Guardian.
He doesn't talk much. Really good at poker though.
He's just using generic AG stuff, but all you need to know right now is that he's giving us a huge damage boost. In fact, he tops us off and we finally get well over 60 million damage. It's done, and honestly, it feels pretty good. I've never really finished a 0 to hero. Typically I would start it, get to the middle, and then I would burn out, but it actually does feel good to finally finish one. Now, because we can, and it won't break my atlas for my next run, let's run a T17 and go fight Uber Lycia. While we're on our way there, I want to mention a few things that I just didn't find a chance to really mention. If you need help on Sanctum mods and kind of, basic relic strats, I do have an older video and I cover those more in depth than that one. This was obviously mostly just about going from 0 to hero. For the record though, this character used no relic strats. I'm too stupid to pay attention for when I put in a relic and I don't, so I just don't do it. Near the end, in the last about 10 runs, I did buy some single room reveal relics, but it was like 2 divines for a full set. Honestly, it didn't even really make a difference. And of course, I want to be honest, I did fail 2 Sanctums. 100% my fault, wasn't the build, no internet issue. I just have a hard time locking in for 4 hours straight of grinding anymore, man.
4.
Oh, okay.
4 hours straight. What are you doing? Clocking in half days? What do you mean? Gone by lunch? What are we talking about here?
I forgot. This one had a different face too.
I need a vacation. Have to do everything.
4
around
hours.
here.
Gone by
The
lunch.
job's done and so am I. I'll catch you later, you bozos.
Working a 9 till 1. What do you mean? Able to complete in PoE. I'm lucky to get 3 hours on a weeknight. Look, even 1 hour a night is more than enough to be doing good stuff in PoE, but not in that level. The degenerates are always going to have more time. Collection for the working exile. Yep. Now, would I play that instead of Holy Relic? It looked pretty good. I expect a Wanderlust and a Goldrum at least by then. 6 hours? Hopefully we've got one of those for you. But would you play that for like a day and then just respec into Holy Relic with your first like 12 div? See, that's the real question, is how much do you really need for Holy Relic to like pop off and be good? And the answer is it's fucking miserable before you have a 6-link Dialas. That's to start with. So how hard do we think it is to get maybe 6-link Dialas, one of the good shields, and an Ashes? Because that, if I can have like one of the good shields, an Ashes, and a Dialas before even touching Holy Relic, I'll just be zooming forever. Doesn't have to be the Svalin, that's the like ultimate in-game shield, but that's going to be like 12 or 15 div on day 1 and 2. So you don't have to start with that. Svalin might not even exist. I don't think they're taking away Svalin. Sanctum uniques are staying core for sure. Not Sanctum, Settlers. Right, you visit the bathroom. I never played Holy Relic. What is the gameplay like? It looks the same in a tier 16 map as it looks in Blood Aqueducts once you're geared. It's literally just this one attack, right? Lancing Steel of Spraying. Auto aims at anything within that radius. And then fires behind you as well. And you ignore every map mod in existence and you just run through maps like this. And you never have to read a map mod ever. And that's it. The problem is a large majority of the power comes from a 6-link Dialas. So pre 6-link Dialas, the gameplay is the same, but the damage is significantly worse in a regular chest. Significantly worse. It's not great. But it's just like, it's just that. That's it. And we can do tier 16 maps the same. It's the same thing. Yeah, I'll jump into a tier 16 real quick. I'm not even going to identify it because it literally doesn't fucking matter. To a 17, this one is not geared enough for a 17. Like when I say you ignore map mods, I mean you don't read them. And then like, but how tanky are you? I don't know. It's all right. You guide for this build? I do. I have several guides for this build, including written ones. Although last league, I will have to update the guide for this coming league as soon as we find out it's not nerfed. Because what I did recently during this league was I got rid of the Spectres and Animate Guardian because they were a pain in the ass. So I just got rid of them. Barely lost any damage at all. I lost like 4% of my damage and 3% of my tankiness by getting rid of the Animate Guardian and Spectres entirely and replacing them with other things. We have 3 Holy Relics, we have 4 Herald of Purity minions, and a variable amount of phantasms that spawn automatically. Whoops. Probably don't stand in the ice and over explode still. In fact, I should have lived through that. There must be minus max and a thing. It has to be, right? Yeah, it is. Because I lived through those explodes if it's not minus max. Look at this guy. Get me, I dare ya. Get me harder. Yeah, it's alright for tankiness, it's fine. And this is like a relatively poorly geared one, by the way. Like it's not poorly geared. Poorly geared's not. It's not maximum geared is the important bit. Better than SRS was back in the day for League Start? Yes. In fact, SRS remains unchanged. SRS is still just as good as it always was. We just don't play SRS anymore because this is way better. Like that's all it is. Just we just don't do that anymore because this is way better, even though SRS is just as good as it was. So if you really enjoy SRS, it's still fine. You can still play it. There's nothing wrong with it. But also, why would I? All right. Back in a minute. Whew. Whew. Yeah, I've been bows for a few leagues now. I fucking miss bows, man. I used to be able to make bow builds moderately tanky, and now they're just not. And I don't love it.
Swift and silent.
We're gonna hit bows just so that I'm playing something. Just so I'm casually remembering how to fucking play the video game again.
Ariath is a land of men, not animals.
I miss bows.
Become that, Ranger, when Rayclass shows you how to truly live like an animal.
I've not seen a wilderness like this before. There'll be some...
Ooh, we're so back. What are we back from? It's the PoE1. Let's hope. Let's hope. For me, this league means nothing. Like, I'm happy it's happening. I am, don't get me wrong. But the real test for me is within 4 months, does the next league come out? If we see the next league within 4 months, fuck yeah, we're back in business. We're back in business, baby. But are we gonna?
Goodbye.
Fine work. Farewell.
There's no estimate. It's been announced 13th. Yeah. We have the actual announcement. Perfect. I'm busy from the 8th to the 11th. That sounds perfect. That's a fine time to be busy. Wait. That's a fine time to be busy. 8th to the 11th? The league isn't start until the 15th. You're good. 13th. 13th, yeah. So you good? In fact, that leaves you with enough time to do like meal prep and things like that. Ow.
The worms will have to wait a bit longer for this meal.
You fucking mind, buddy? 14th in Oz. Yeah, 14th for me. But I assume everyone in Australia will already know that when we say launching at 1 p.m. on the 13th, that it means like 6 a.m. on the 14th instead of the 13th. Oh shit, that one led to the... Was there a path off the top of this thing and I didn't see it? It fucking was. I didn't notice it. Silly Balor. So that means it has to be either up in this corner or down there. Oh my god, it's not up in this corner either. No, I should quit. I've forgotten the mud flats apparently. Holy shit, no, I just can't count. I have them all. I'm running around looking for the third one and they're all in my inventory.
My mana is gone.
Classic? Is it? Because that doesn't feel like a common mistake. I wonder how, in what way they're going to make Settlers core. Whoops. Because, like, some of it's staying core, right? Like, it just is. Some of it is staying core. No matter what, some of it's core. We're definitely keeping the currency exchange. We're definitely keeping gold in general. But if we're keeping gold, then we need gold sinks, and we need more gold sinks than just the currency exchange. So something else has to stay, like the black market or recombinators. And if those are staying, how do you use them if you don't have the town? So like, is the town staying? Because I don't remember what it's like playing without the town. Is the town just part of PoE now?
I'd almost stop. Farewell.
So,
got a job for you.
I figure mining, boats, and farmers go away. And probably the rune enchanter too. I kind of don't want the rune enchanter to go away. I kind of like those enchants. Hopefully PoE 2 will bring some players to PoE 1. Oh, without a shadow of a doubt, this PoE 1 launch will be the largest PoE 1 launch we've ever had. That is unquestionable. Because all the PoE 2 people are going to try PoE 1. Like, maybe not all of them, but you know, you get what I mean, right? Like all of them, but not, maybe not all of them, but all of them. Now, as to how much they hold those new people, that's an entirely different thing. But will they be playing on launch? Yes. Is it going to be another fail launch? Why? They have the infrastructure now to deal with a large amount of players. I mean, all right, I'll be honest. I don't really know that this is true, but I assume that we're using the same sort of servers and infrastructure to run both games. So the fact that we've developed the ability to run with the amount of people that showed up for PoE 2 and that was fine, leads me to think there will be no problem if that many people show up again for PoE 1. But I will be the first to admit I have actually no clue whether or not that's even true. Like, is it even the same servers and infrastructure? Like, is it? I don't actually know that. I just sort of assume that. Also, Yellow, that's not true. That wasn't the last time they did that. They've done that since then and not had a problem.
Goodbye.
I've traveled in.
What do we need practice for? Honestly, the biggest thing would just be getting back into defaulting to PoE and like remembering what the fuck I'm doing. Like yesterday, about 8 times in mid-combat like this, when there are mobs around me, I would open up my passive tree and try to apply a point and nearly die. Or I'd load into a new zone and then be like, Why aren't I walking? Oh wait, I can't use WASD. Hang on, click with my... I don't know, the last like 2 years or so, I feel like there really haven't been any massive server issues on GGG's side. There's been some like minor issues here and there, but like, I don't know, nothing really. Ultimatum was the last time. I feel like Ultimatum was the last time I remember there being serious league start problems. I had trouble with no WASD so much in the private league that I almost quit it. Once you start using it, you're like you just want to keep using it, right? Like, it's so funny because it wasn't Calandra Bag. Which one was the one we were hanging out and laughing? That was Ultimatum. Ultimatum was the one where it was like, Ultimatum was the one where me and my whole team spent days and days and days and days practicing to then league launch and take us 15 hours to get to maps because every instance would crash and we couldn't make new servers. And that was the time when streamer queue existed, which meant I could log back in immediately while everyone else had to queue up. Yeah, some big name streamers don't normally play. It costs them some serious money playing. Yes, but that's not the last time they've hired those people. They've done that many times since then and not had a problem.
What little help?
Sussy. We don't put up with spouting nonsense bullshit here.
God hasn't abandoned us.
You managed.
That's a bunch of nonsense bullshit you just said.
Greetings. Stay sharp out there.
The front fell off, right? They're not just still solvent, they're in the best stage they've ever been in. They made so much money from PoE 2 that it's ridiculous. They're more profitable and more successful than they have ever been right now. There are more people playing PoE 2 late 2 months into the league than there have ever been playing PoE 1 ever. It's been a humongous success. Now, a lot of us, like long-term PoE 1 fans, a lot of us are not particularly happy with where it is right now. And that's fine. And we're allowed to express those sentiments. What I won't put up with is easily provable false nonsense bullshit. Like, oh, you're gonna run the company into the ground. They'll go broke if they keep up like this. Everything is so bad. No, absolute bullshit. They made the most money they've ever made. This is as successful as they have ever been. They're in no at all risk in any way, shape, or form. None. Zero. No risk at all. They're also hiring like crazy. They're not bleeding at all. There's been like 4 out of what, like several hundred. And these are people who are planning for a while, who have been there for a decade, and it's time to move on. Now listen, it's fine to be disappointed. It is fine to feel like you were left behind if you're a PoE 1 fan and be like, I really feel like my entire game got put on hold for a year, because it basically did. That's fine criticism. It's fine to be upset about that. What I don't let people do is spout literal nonsense. Literal nonsense. You're not allowed to just sit there and bold-faced lie and just make shit up that suits your narrative. We don't put up with that. The next UFC tournament.
There's no justice in a place like this. Only misery.
I don't know about that.
Goodbye.
So that truly happens. So you don't think PoE 1's dead? You just said, it's just my opinion. I think PoE 1's dead. It'll just take a while. Well, so you don't think PoE 1's dead then? Like, do you or do you not? Because you did you just counted yourself in the same sentence. So I assume that the idea that you're getting at is you think that they will stop supporting PoE 1 in favor of PoE 2. You think that over the next year or two, or however long it takes, that they're going to just like cycle out support for PoE 1 in favor of just more PoE 2 stuff, which is not what you want to happen.
Take care.
I am very confident that that won't happen for one reason. It was a lot more work to separate the games into two separate games. Not only did they know it would be a lot more work, but it was even more work than they thought it was going to be. Which here are the bits where legitimate criticism makes sense. They should have realized how much work this was. They should have done their timelines better. They should have done a lot of things they didn't fucking do. And it should not have cost us 11 months of PoE 1 in the same time frame. None of those things should have happened. Those are legitimate problems, concerns to have. However, the reason we started down this track was because they realized they wanted PoE 2 to be so different from PoE 1 that it wouldn't make sense to do them as the same thing anymore, and they would have to separate them. If you were at all happy, not even happy, if you were even willing to give up the normal PoE 1 experience, you would not have spent an inordinate amount of extra money and time and pressure and problems and headaches and everything like that separating the games out to make two separate ones. You just wouldn't. That would be a massive waste of everybody's time and money and stress and hassle and everything. You would have just let PoE 2 not happen and let it become 4.0's PoE 1. And then you would have just phased us towards that direction more and more every league, and it would have been a slow degradation, and then that's what would have happened. Because that's better for business, better for the company, better on money. You can hide it from the player base for longer. Everything about that would be better off if you were willing. If you were willing to give up on PoE 1. Not even if you wanted to, just if you were willing to. Right? The fact that they weren't willing to do that should at least long term put people's mind at ease of, okay, they're not actually abandoning PoE 1, because if they were going to, they would never have done it like this. Right? So the bits that you should be upset about, at least in my opinion, that you have a right to be upset about, that make sense, that don't make you sound like a fucking lunatic from Reddit, is that you should, could, and are warranted being upset that they didn't have an idea of how large of a scope this was in their head 2 years ago. That they didn't realize 8 months ago, 9 months ago, 11 months ago, when they took all the extra devs that were working on PoE 1 off to help finish PoE 2, and didn't realize they would never be able to put those people back on for 6 more months. Those are things we can be upset about, but they've also admitted it and apologized. I accept the apology, but that doesn't mean it's like forgotten, right? Like, they explained how everything happened. I'm still unhappy about it. You're clearly still unhappy about it, and that's super warranted, but we do have the explanation of how it happened. We know they're unhappy that it's been a year with the same PoE 1 league. We know they're not happy about that at all, but we at least have the explanation of how and why that happened, right? Like, we know what happened. They announced the launch date for PoE 2. They realized as they were closing in on PoE 2 that they were nowhere near ready because they needed way more endgame and they weren't ready for it. So they pulled all the developers off PoE 1 to make sure PoE 2 could launch with an endgame that existed at all. And thinking that as soon as the launch happened, they would give them all back. Is Blurp really not on? Okay, give me a minute. Thinking that as soon as the launch happened for PoE 2, that they would give all of the developers back. But then as soon as the launch happened, they realized that there was way too much wrong and way too much that they hadn't foreseen. And then they ended up having to keep those developers even longer. And then once they'd done the patches and fixes and bug fixes and got things stable, they realized they needed a major patch for PoE 2 still and a reset. and that was so important that they still couldn't give the devs back. And so we ended up with this 1 year league because there was just no development on PoE1 during that time. They explained all of this to us. I'm not happy with how that went. Neither are they. You're allowed to be upset too, and it's super warranted. It's a mismanagement of time. It's a mismanagement of ideals. It's a whole bunch of management problems, to be honest. And we're allowed to be fucking pissed about it. But there's no way in the world that they're actually abandoning PoE1. That would have been done already. Like, that's not on the cards. We just got fucked for a while. But it wasn't like an intentional decision where they were like, oh, fuck this, we don't need to be supporting PoE1. It was mismanagement. A certain level of fucking ineptitude happened there that we can be mad at. Does it make a little more sense now that I've explained it all? Like, you understand like how that's happened now? Even though I'm not saying it's like forgivable. I'm not saying, oh, give them a break, right? Like, you're allowed to be mad at those things. I just, at least if you understand how it has happened, then you can be like, okay, so this isn't a permanent problem. We're going to be supported again. Which leads me to the part where I'm worried about, Sussy Cheeks. The bit that I'm worried about isn't the launch of this league. It's been 11 months in this league. We need a new league. We're getting a new league. That's great. My concern is, are we going to start keeping up with the development cycle again starting now? For me, that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be 3 months. I'm very happy with 4-month leagues. Very happy. So for me, the problem isn't solved by launching a new league this time. The problem is solved if in 4 months' time, there's another new league. If in 4 months' time, a 4-month league, there is another new league, we're all back in business. Everything is fine. Everything is great. We should all jump for joy and dance around and be happy. But that's the concern for me. It isn't the one that's coming now. It's, do we get one in 4 months? Are we starting the cycle correctly again?
Quite sure of yourself, aren't you, Huntress?
Yeah, because if we have like another 1 year league, then now we're in trouble as a fan of PoE1, right? Like, I would be like, if we're doing another 11-month league, I don't know if I can take that. Here's the biggest problem. If we do another 11-month league, I don't know if I can maintain being a streamer. Because frankly, the last year's been rough as fuck. If it wasn't for the PoE2 launch itself being such a hugely financially successful one single month, I might be out of money. Like, I don't know if I can keep doing this without more leaks. Ready. You got that right? Yes, but an MB extra. I understand why he's done that. He's got a wife and kids. I'm single. I can hold on for a little longer, but not forever.
Goodbye.
Welcome.
We can't keep doing this. I need more. I can't keep up with that. I need more than that.
Farewell. Greetings.
Can't you stream other games? Yes, and I have for the past several weeks, and this is what happens to my sub count when I play other games. To be clear, this, for me to be in a livable, comfortable, like livable wage area, this needs to be 500 at the minimum. It is currently 238. I need 500. I'm actually in the process of redoing my entire shop. That should be ready before launch. I'm gonna have a new merch store with new stuff in it, because that stuff is super old. That stuff is super old. You turn blurp on. Yeah, why is blurp not working in this field? Hang on. Thank you for the reminder. Oh my god, I forgot to put the, I actually just forgot to put the browser extension on this overlay.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Okay, it should work now. Hey. Also, Felix Reborn, thank you very much for the prime. Speaking of primes, everyone else should double check that their primes are used, because we're desperately gagging for it over here. And if you don't spend them, then Jeff Bezos keeps money instead of me, and he doesn't need it, I promise.
I've done for you what I would do.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Hey. Zombie. Hey with the prime.
Get your magic find
Don't even have
characters
a beard
ready.
on those mugs. Those mugs are a meme. And they're very old. Yes, I did say all the merch stuff is very old.
I don't know if anyone has told you this today, but you deserve some money. I don't have any to give you, but I just thought that you should know that you deserve some money.
I actually love that one. I actually love that blurb. I don't actually have any to give you, but you should know that you deserve it.
Get your magic find characters ready. Get your magic find characters ready.
Hey. Xro. Dizzy SA. Both.
Get your magic find characters
Thank you very
ready.
much for the Prime. And Dodge. With the 12-month resub. 12 leagues already. No, 12 months. That's one league. So you wouldn't get 4 times the
Get your
amount of
magic
money.
find characters ready.
Because I am making 70% to 30%, which is pretty good. I do believe Kick gives you 90, which is a little bit more than 70. But also, one, I would not have the same subscribers were I on Kick. 2, I'd be supporting Kick, which is a pretty scummy thing place to be. And 3, the kind of people you get on Kick are just not the kind. I'd rather be broke, thanks. I don't want to deal with those people.
A wise woman once said to me, "Speak up. I can't hear you with that pity dick in your mouth." Too much? I went too far.
Dark Mist. Thank you for the gifted sub. You don't want to collaborate with Dr. Disrespect? No. No, I absolutely don't. That is correct. I think probably somewhere in the vicinity of a third of my
Get your magic find characters ready
fan base are queer of some sort. I don't know that those people can't exist on Kick. You get bullied off the platform. It's not a nice place to be. Flaming Santa also able to prime. I mean, I also partake in the occasional deck, so like, I don't think I'd go well on Kick either. Never heard of Kick? It's basically just Twitch, except for like Red Pill Bros. I think that's the best description I can give. Yeah, it's like Twitch, except it's supported by gambling and it's full of Red Pill Bros. That's not true. There's also impressionable minors and gambling addicts. Yeah, fair. You're right. I don't know about the timing on that one, Calamity. I don't know about the timing on that one. That was some questionable timing, to be honest.
Excuse me? Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy?
Stop my. Please understand, as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard times. Sure, you
I was going for the Red Pill boys, said Riders. Yeah, there's like a delay, right? Like you press the button, but it's like 10 or 15 seconds later.
That would only slow me down. You were a good man in a bad situation, Fairgraves.
Funny though.
If you must. What little help I can offer is yours.
Good moment time it is, everybody. I need some sleep. Good night. Also, if you're still there, thank you for actually hanging around while we were having a disagreement instead of just like running away because somebody disagreed with you. So that happens way too often when I try and call somebody out for bullshit. They just like leave instead of engage in the argument.
Farewell.
Yes? Farewell. What little help I...
Where the fuck? There.
Goodbye.
Welcome. Farewell.
It is kind of my job. It is kind of my job, but I try real hard. There's also some level of bias that I will have towards GDG because it's my job. I do try real hard to like be cognitive of that. At least the best I can. How's PvE1 feeling on the new PC? It's insane. Everything is smooth. Have you seen my fucking FPS? I don't know if you remember what my FPS was like, but it was like 30 in Towner and leveling zones. And then I was playing on like 13 to 18 in maps. And I've been doing that for years. Now my monitor refresh rate is capped, so I got VSync on, so it just sits at 120, and it sits at 120 when I'm in Delirium, in full juice, I'm doing like bows or Holy Relic or like whatever the fuck I'm doing. It's still at 120, and it's so goddamn nice. Oh, Steve's still delving. He's got shit saying Steve still on his way down. I don't know, man. He just keeps going. Shit stained Steve knows only one thing, and it is dig. And he will dig, and he will dig, and he will dig. And that's shit stained Steve's life is dig. Steve is a full team, right? Shit stained Steve? Is shit stained Steve a full team? I don't think so. I think he streams and everything. Yeah, no, he streams and everything. I don't think he's got a team behind him or anything. Steve is the embodiment of diggy diggy hole. Help. How did Steve obtain that moniker? His first serious, like way in front of everybody else's delve character was named Shit Stained Steve. He did it to himself. That was the character's name. I don't know why it was named Shit Stained Steve, but it was.
Your love for a man, that's what did this to you.
I thought it was a Steve team because Need for Steve. That's 600 floors. That's Steve. That's the same guy. His name is not always Shit Stained Steve, but it does seem to always have Steve in it. But the first time he got like global recognition for being so far in front of everyone else in Delve, that character was named Shit Stained Steve. So now you get people who call him Shit Stained Steve. It sounds very insulting, but it's done lovingly. He chose that name himself. That's not our fault. I mean, when we talk about Shit Stained Steve, we're doing it with the utmost of respect. His Twitch name is Turd Twister. Okay. All right. Well, with that knowledge, surely. With that knowledge, surely he doesn't mind that people call him Shit Stained Steve. I can only imagine that he's perfectly fine with it.
Can't see why I'd want to do that here.
Need for Steve is a pretty good name as well. It is. Need for Steve is a great Delve name.
I'm not up to that just yet.
You are a welcome omen. Yeah, this hasn't ruined my enjoyment of Delph. I don't think it will have.
The king of rats. A feast for rats now.
I thought you were a fool. While we live, we are blessed.
I think I managed to top delve was my favorite league mechanic. Really? I don't know why. I've never been into delve. Don't really have like an explanation. I just I don't know. I think the few times I tried it, I just never felt rewarded enough to bother going back. Which probably is just because I didn't ever get far enough. But like, I'm not gonna get far enough if the early isn't rewarding. Right? Like if I'm not making some chaos orbs, then I'm not gonna stay there long enough to make some divine orbs. Like the last time I remember really enjoying Dell was when fractured fossils were about 10 div a piece and I could hunt fractured fossils. And that stopped being a thing when we stopped being able to fracture maps. So few people enjoy delves that the market is just open to everybody. Fair, but like it's not as rewarding as Sanctum either, right? So like if you're just gonna do a mechanic you don't like for the sake of making money, you might as well just do Sanctum. But I can't stay in Sanctum for more than 3 to 4 days. Okay, but if you did Sanctum exclusively for 4 days, you'd walk out with 1.5 mirrors. Like if you did it for 4 days at a league start, you'd just walk out with 1.5 mirrors and do whatever you want for the rest of the league. Oops. Gotta do the thing first. Essence Drain Contagion buff. No matter how much they buff Essence Drain, if they don't give me some area back on Contagion to go with it, then I don't know if I care. Are you excited for the new league? I'm ready to be excited for the new league. I want to be excited for the new league. Is that fair? I want to be, and I'm ready to be.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Nerf Lightning Strike and it will be a good league.
J-Split. With a 64-month resub. Jesus, that's a lot of months. My hot take is I don't think they should nerf Power Siphon or Lightning Strike at all. I don't think they should do that. That's not to say that I think they don't deserve a nerf. They absolutely do. It should happen next league, not this coming league. I think this league, they should pick upwards of 40 skills from the past that used to be meta and just undo their nerfs. Bring me like 40 more options to play. Bring them up to the level of Lightning Strike and Power Siphon Mines and those sort of things. Give me a whole bunch of options that come up to that level instead of going the other way. Yeah, think about all of the meta skills that used to exist and how easy it would be to put some of them back in again. Like Winter Orb, Spell Slinger, Blade Vortex, Tornado Shot, Lightning Arrow, Stormbrand, Archmage Stormbrand specifically, fucking what else? Spectres, actual SRS builds, Cyclone, like there's so many
Stay sharp out there.
previously meta builds that it would be incredibly easy to rebuff to be relevant again, and I would rather see that happen this league and then nerf the two that have been meta for like at this point 2 years, which is Lightning Strike and Power Siphon Mines, next league. Nerf them next league instead.
I have seen travel far.
The biggest reason for that is just that, like, it's been a year since we had a league, and I just don't think it's a good look to have nerfs on it at all. I don't think there should be any nerfs on it. There should just be 4 pages of buffs to underpowered and underused things. And some hard cope. I mean, I'm not saying it will happen. I'm saying that's what I would want to happen. Like, if I was the one in charge of making those decisions, that's how I'd have called it. I'd have been like, nope, pick a whole bunch of things that used to be buff, meta things, figure out what we did to kill them, and see how many of those things we can reverse, or at least partially reverse. Like, Spark. 2 things. 1, give me my Phantasmal Spark back, somehow. And then the second thing is, don't give me back the projectiles, because maybe there were too many of them, but give me back, like, the projectile speed and half the duration you took away. And now I can play Spark again. Entry Spectres, I loved those big boo boys. So the Spectre nerfs can all just get reverted. You can give me back level 82 Spectres instead of level 84 Spectres instead of level 72. Because they already nerfed the reason we had to go through all those nerfs. There were 2 massive reasons for all of the minion nerfs that happened over the course of years. And it was 1, Necromancer having +2 to all level of all minions necessitated a bunch of minion nerfs and made them unplayable on anything except Necromancer. That's been fixed now. And then the second thing was Syndicate operatives that were literally bugged and had 5 overlapping projectiles on a single target instead of 1, and that caused it to be way too strong. You fixed that bug now, and you've removed the plus levels from Necromancer. We can literally get the level 84 Spectres back, and it would be fine. It would be more popular for sure, and a lot more fun to play. It still wouldn't be the strongest thing in the game. It would be absolutely acceptable. Can you imagine playing 84 Syndicate operatives with Unholy Might? Yes. In fact, I would rework my Holy Relic build to stay Holy Relic and just get Syndicate operatives on top of it. I would be a Syndicate operative / Holy Relic build. New League when? The 13th of next month is the launch. The live announcement is on the 5th. I'm just fucked. 6 a.m. Thursday. $6 a.m. is a pretty gross time. Tuesday, right? My bad. 80, 82. 82 is required. Well, there are breakpoints. Those are the breakpoints right there. 2, 14, 30, 52, 82, and 128. Which you can get, but I don't think 128's ever really been actually worth it. It's actually a little too much. I'm a 128 breakpoint enjoyer. So let me rephrase. 128 isn't too much, as in it is still stronger. It's more that the cost to get to 128 isn't worth it if you plan on making other builds as well. If you plan on playing only Holy Relic for the whole league and investing into it, you will end up at 128 because it is the best amount of power you can get. It's just that it wouldn't be a priority. It wouldn't be an early list. It isn't even in most people's min-maxed versions. But if you're going to keep going forever, then everyone's going to 128. Like that is the path forward. I just don't usually take it that far.
I'm not up to that just yet.
You can get chaos dot spell buffs. Me too, and spell slinger. I would love to play chaos dot slinger again. That was incredibly fun. See, Kenneth, this is what I'm talking about though. A lot of the things that they did to kill certain skills, we could reverse some up to half or all of it and have suddenly disgustingly good things. Like if you gave RF back half the scaling it had for spell levels, like the scaling back but at half value but left everything else the same, we'd have a min-max path for Righteous Fire that could get you into, I mean, you'd probably only end up in like a min-maxed one. You'd still only end up with like 12 or 15 mil, which isn't even very much, but it's way more than you're getting right now, and it's enough to make it like great.
Do some good for once in your sorry life, bandit. Feed the worms.
Good cap. Chaos what slinger? Chaos dot slinger. So for one build, there was both a cold dot slinger and a chaos dot slinger. So dot being damage over time. So there was one, the cold dot slinger was great. That slung like Wintertide Brand, Creeping Frost, and one other thing, and then had Vortex on its left click. I forget what the third one was. It was a Vortex on its left click, Wintertide Brand. What was the last one? Creeping Frost and something else. I don't remember. And then there was the Chaos Dot Slinger, which slung Essence Drain, Contagion, and Soul Rend all at once. So you would be just like right clicking and you would cast all of those things.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Was a Fistlinger for a while as well now? Yes. So this corrupting fever works? Yeah, but it does a lot less damage than it used to do.
The king. That was almost.
That felt weird. I think your definition of OP and mine are severely different. It's just 15 all res. I can get 15 all res on a suffix of a ring. That's one roll. That's one affix on one piece of gear for a passive point. I think it's okay. I don't think it's OP or mandatory. I think you can make an argument to take it on day one. I also think you can make an argument to not take it. And I think both are fine. I do not think it is OP at all. This isn't the red tube window coffee. This is the stream chat. It means you don't have old man and helpful in your tags. Listen, just because I'm getting old now, like I don't feel like an old person. I barely feel like an adult. What are you talking about? I feel like even calling me an adult is a stretch. Did you look up RedTube? She.
What? Going?
Gross. A high school graduation announcement for somebody I knew as a baby. It's just like, I get it. Like I get it. I know that I'm like older now. I don't feel like an adult. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like an adult. Like, adults are supposed to like have their shit together. Aren't adults supposed to have their shit together? I don't have my shit together. Like an adult. I was thinking about this the other day. I think it's because I don't have kids. Nah, but like, what are you talking about? I don't even want to make a phone call. I don't even want to call and make a doctor's appointment. How am I an adult? Like, what are we talking about? Like, I absolutely hate talking on the phone, right? Like, I don't know, like, what are people supposed to be doing when they're nearly 40? I'm nearly 40, man. Like, I don't feel like I just don't feel like I'm an adult. Like, I 46 and it's turned out. Oh my stuff I'm back in those. You don't want to bring that to me. I'm on their side. I would let that happen. But also, I don't have kids, so what do I know? All I know is I know what I was doing when I was 16, and I was going to be doing it regardless, and my parents did not know. And safety is good. I was in the army for 8 years, led soldiers into combat. Who the fuck let me do that? I was an idiot. After I got out, I came out as a transfer, functionally retired, and I do not know what being an adult means. Yes. "55, no kids, never married, and this is nearly the sum total of my social experience. Believe me, you're doing fine." Yo, this is the sum total of my social experience most of the time. I have like 2 friends left that I'm lucky if I see once every like 6 or 8 weeks. Like maybe every 6 or 8 weeks ish for like a breakfast or something once. Like I don't. Like, how am I an adult? I don't have savings. I don't have stock. I don't know. I feel like adults are supposed to have stock. I don't know why. It just, like, aren't adults supposed to like have investments? Like, my version of investment is when it goes on sale once every 2 years, I buy a new coffee machine so that I can have decent coffee in my house without having to pay $6 a cup. That's my investment. My investment is when the coffee near my house went from $4 to $5.50. I bought a coffee machine and just started making coffee at home. Like that's like the most adult thing I've ever done. I swear to God, that's like the most adult thing I've ever done. I was like, $5.50 for a coffee. Eat a dick. I'm gonna buy a coffee machine. Don't you own a property that you rent out? Yeah. Yes, but that didn't happen as an investment property, and it isn't making me any money. And it was supposed to be one for me to move into. I love that apartment. I want to live there, and I can't afford to. So even that, I know, like, it sounds good, but even that feels to me like a failure. Because, like, that's where I wanted to live. That was supposed to be my home, and I can't afford to live there. I guess I am technically making a profit though, because even though I don't make any money off that unit, it is worth significantly more than when I bought it. So I guess that's an investment, but it wasn't meant to be. I'm meant to live there. But I can't afford to move out of my parents' house. It doesn't feel very adulty.
This shouldn't be happening. Not in the world I know.
We had about a century total, whereas the norm. I actually wish that if I could go back and like redo how I'd done my life, the one thing I would do is I would have stayed here and never moved out, because I lived out of home for like a decade. I would have stayed here and never moved out and spent all of my excess money on my parents' mortgage to get rid of it, so they didn't have to pay a mortgage anymore. And then just kept track of how much money I paid and had them pay me back with no interest at all, and used that to then buy a house for myself. Because I'll tell you what, interest is some bullshit. You lose so much money on interest. If I just had to stay at home and paid off the house together with them, and then just had them pay me back and just fuck off the interest from the bank, they can fuck that. None of that bullshit. We'd have so much more money. We'd be in such a better pace. But like, you couldn't have convinced 19-year-old me. You could not have convinced 19-year-old me that the correct thing to do was stay at home with his parents. Absolutely not. I couldn't convince 19-year-old me. He was a pig-headed fucking idiot. All right? You couldn't have convinced me. No one would have been able to convince me. Absolutely not. I was approved like 100 times the moment I moved out. Yeah. I don't know, I kind of love living on my own. I loved it. Like, I loved it a lot, actually. Oh, actually, I saw the best thing on the internet earlier, which was a whole bunch of there was this this group of friends who were in their early 40s. In their early 40s, and there are 4 couples that like hang out semi-regularly, so a total of 8 people, right? And what they did is they created themselves a cleaning friend group. And this is how it works. Once a week, on a rotating basis, they all go to one person's house. The people who own the house provide dinner, they cook, and all the people who don't own the house spotlessly clean it from head to toe. They do like a deep clean on everything. The people who don't own the house do a deep clean, and then they get dinner, and then they clean up the kitchen before they go. And then next week it's at someone else's house, and that person cooks food for those people cook food for everyone, and they get their whole house deep cleaned. And it happens every week. And so once a month your house gets a deep clean, but you're always doing it for someone else. You're always at your friend's house helping them, and when it comes to your place, you don't do shit. And I thought that was fucking fantastic if I had 3 other friends. I don't have 3 friends, but if I did have 3 friends, holy shit, that would be so good. It's so much easier to help somebody else clean their house when you go there. That's fantastic. But cleaning your own house is always the bullshit part, right? I don't want to fucking... And so once a month, your whole house gets deep cleaned by not you, and it costs you nothing. Right? Oh, not nothing. I mean, you're providing dinner, but like, you're providing dinner, but then the next 3 weeks you get a good meal, a good dinner meal provided to you. This person's house, and then their house, and then their house. And then it's your turn again. Once a month.
Goodbye.
That's fucking great. And they even said there's no like rules on like it being home cooked or anything. Like if the people who own the house are like overwhelmed, don't feel like home cooking or whatever, you can just order Chinese, you can just order pizza. It doesn't fucking matter what. As long as you're feeding everyone. Your only responsibility if it's your house is that you provide food. If you want to cook it all, fine. If you want to order it all, fine. Provide food. I just thought that's fantastic. Just the same. My mum, for example, would be like, okay, people are coming to clean the house. I better make sure everything's clean. Well, obviously this group are like the same as me, right? They struggle with cleaning their own house. I have 2 huskies. People won't want to clean my house, but they do though. That's the point. That's the point. It's so easy when you've got a group. Think about it. There's 8 of them in that group, right? 4 couples. So when they show up, when you show up to someone else's house, there are you and 5 other people. There's a team of 6 people to deep clean a house. It only takes a few hours. The whole place will be spotless. Many hands makes light work, and it's never your own house, so it's fine. It's so much easier to clean somebody else's house than it is to clean your own house. It's so much easier. And when there's 6 of you that rock up to do it, the work progress fast. Yeah, they made like I was reading like the whole post about it. What they ended up doing is because they've been doing it for about a year now, they said, and what they ended up doing a few months in was they bought like they together as a group bought like a big what do you call it, cart thing, like one of them big carts that like cleaning people have, and they just like ship that around with a bunch of cleaning supplies in it, and it just goes to everybody's house. So like they're literally just their own cleaners for free. So they just rock up, 6 people walk into your house, they're carrying a big cleaning trolley with all the things that could need to be on it that were all paid for by the group, and your house is spotless in 2 hours. Done. It's fucking great. I want that. What are you talking about? I want that. Plus, on top of that, because it's like an event, because it's like a thing, it means once a week you're hanging out with your friends. You socialize once a week without it being a big deal, without it being a thing you have to organize, without there being any stress over it. You're there to socialize once a week, which for me, I don't know about the rest of you, but for me, once a week is plenty enough. Like, that's enough social for me. If I can do like a small gathering once a week, that's it, I'm good. It's like, it's not like I don't want social interactions. I do, but I don't want it all the time. Once a week is plenty. Once a week is plenty. I'm good. 026 confirmed? Yeah. Yeah. All right. And we'll be back in just a second. Scatter. Quick, run. Oh man, I can't express how much I want to be excited for PoE 1. Please, when that announcement happens on the 5th, please fill me with joy. Please make me excited, please. I just keep thinking about how bad it'll be if it's terrible. I don't want it to be I don't want to be thinking that. You temper your expectations, you can't be disappointed, but I don't want it. I used to have incredibly high expectations every league, and then they would meet them every league or exceed them. I want to be that excited again. I want to be that excited again. I'm not though, but I want to be. As that was meant. 11, yeah, a year. It's been a year. Settlers was great. Like, we might be bored of Settlers now, but like, Settlers was great. Like when it came, I was real happy with it.
Spread the word.
You have made. Travel far.
Keep your wits about you.
I am not. Go with the spirit.
I knew.
Thank you.
Keep your life to your own.
That's the problem, Matiki. That's the problem. The problem isn't that they're not going to meet my expectations. The problem is that my expectations are on the floor. And that doesn't feel good, and I don't like it. My expectations are a bar on the floor for you to step over. And I just...
Poor corrupted creature.
But I don't want to be like that. I want to be excited. I want to be excited. Chrono Odyssey. I hope they don't fuck that up. I don't even know what that is. Okay, you're gonna have fun. I think the reason is, like I was saying earlier, like I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this without regular leagues that are exciting and good happening. I'm running out of, like, I'm gonna need a job soon. Like, this isn't enough money. This is just not enough. It was supposed to be getting better, and I was growing steadily and it was going well, and then like the leagues just stopped happening, and then like I just don't have enough money. I just am not making enough money, because normally if you go back more than a year as a PoE streamer, you make like 2/3 of your money on the first month of a league. Out of the 3 months, you make 2/3 of your money in the first month of a league, and then 1/3 of your money in the second 2 months. That's somewhat of a problem when the league is 11 months old long. It's somewhat of an issue. But maybe no caviar for breakfast. Okay, first of all, have you ever had caviar? It's fucking gross, and I refuse to believe that rich people enjoy it. I think they pretend to enjoy it because it's expensive. It's bad.
Now you must leave.
You could always do a hot tub stream. I would set up a hot tub stream next fucking week if I thought it was going to make some money. What are you talking about? There is no world in which there wouldn't actually be a Baylor OnlyFans right now if I thought that it would get enough traffic to be worth doing.
See you.
Like, there's nothing, you don't understand. You don't understand how little shame I have. It's zero. I'll put anything on the internet. Like, oh my god, shameless. Yeah. Like, yeah, I'm completely shameless. I've mentioned this a few times. There are already sex tapes of me on the internet. They've been around before I started streaming. No one's found them and like linked them to my Twitch yet. But like, I'm not worried if it ever does happen. That does not bother me at all. In fact, to be honest, I'm surprised it hasn't happened already, but no one's found it. I will pay money to not see them. That's a comment from YouTube. Nice. It was destroyed and doesn't exist anymore. I wasn't worried about it. Look, I didn't post it, but I did give them permission to post it, and then they did.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Just charming man. I got the gifted sub. Contributing to the keep the sex tapes sealed away. I mean, like I said, they're not sealed. Like, they're on the internet already.
My mana is gone.
Sean Locke. Yep, that was Sean Locke. But now hearing that from multiple streamers and then MBX quitting, I'm really happy. Oh yeah, no, MBX, we're all, as soon as I saw that video, I was like, that makes sense. Like, if I had a kid I was supporting, I would have quit already. The 11 months is too long. This is unreliable. This is not sustainable. I'm single and I live in my parents' house, so I have a little more leeway. But if I was responsible for a child's welfare, there's no way. There's no way I'd still be streaming today. I couldn't do it. 11, that's too long.
Bring me back something nicer.
You also have a fallback in the trade as well. I will never go back to that, ever. I'll go work at McDonald's before I do that. I'll happily go sling burgers in the back of McDonald's for minimum wage. I'm never going back to my trade, ever. As long as the personality that carries you, it doesn't matter what game you play. You should build your audience in a way that supports that. It's somewhat true for some people. Specifically PoE players are horrendously different from the general audience of Twitch. So there are actual statistics. For instance, somebody who mainly plays one game.
Characters ready.
He bacon sweats. He with a 10-month resub. Somebody who mainly plays one game, whatever game it is, will instantly lose on average 30% of their audience moving to another game. People who regularly play variety games will generally lose 20 to 30% of their total audience, depending on what game they're playing. But as they move around, it'll be a different 20 to 30% depending on what game they're playing. So they're always just like a little bit lower than their total audience, right? But it's always like site wide, it's somewhere between 20 and 30% all the time.
My mana is gone.
When you are a PoE streamer, you lose about 30% of your audience if you go to another ARPG. If you leave the ARPG category, you lose about 75%. If I play other stuff, you lose about 75%. And this isn't like me. This is PoE as a whole. Like, if you look at big streamers, they have the same issues. Like if you go and have a look at Zizaran's numbers, playing other games and whatnot, he's a huge streamer. Big, successful, great, better at it than I am. Same shit. Same shit. If he goes and plays Claire Expedition 33, he will have roughly 25 to 30% of his normal numbers. 70 to 75% of people will not show up. It's this just how it is. Just PoE players treat Twitch differently than most Twitch people treat Twitch. So most people Twitch wide, not in specific ARPG categories, right? Most people Twitch wide open Twitch and want to go to their favorite streamer, and if their favorite streamer isn't on, they'll pick the next streamer, and if their second favorite streamer isn't on, they'll pick the third streamer. What people who are PoE fans do is they get on Twitch and they pick their favorite streamer who's currently playing PoE, and if their favorite streamer is on and not playing PoE, they will pick their second favorite who's playing PoE, and if that person is on and not playing PoE, they will move to their third favorite streamer who's on Twitch and not playing PoE, and at a certain point they'll skip back to okay, other ARPGs then, and then they'll go back down that list again, and then they'll be like, but here's the kicker, at the end of that second list, over half of them will just close Twitch back down again. Despite the fact that 3 or 4 streamers they watch are live, none of them were on PoE and none of them were on other ARPGs, so they just close it. They don't watch. They just leave. That's just how PoE is, man. It's brutal. I mean, this is what we signed up for. It's fine. It just makes it very, very hard to like jump out into variety streaming as a PoE streamer, right? Because you have to start building your variety base off 25% of what your normal base is, which does not put you on the front page of any category you go to. And so you're like, wow, that's rough. There's a lot of new people watching then. Yeah. But he did stick around for that. Even thinking back to it, I actually found you through Undecember. Nice.
I'm not up to that just yet.
What's going on? Who pairs and that was set? Like SEOing with emotes. Yeah, he's got fucking fantastic emotes. It's crazy. No, pass. We did not use AI to create art. Hard pass.
I've never felt further from what I know and love.
Only all AI art is stolen art point of view. Yep. I do think there's some minor, like, appropriate places to use AI art. But they're very, very incredibly limited. Here's one example of where I don't care if you're using AI art. You're with you and 6 of your friends are playing a D&D campaign that you're not streaming and not making content on. You're just playing with a few friends in your off time, and you use an AI program to make a little miniature version of a character that you imagined because you're incapable of making art on your own, and it's just to be shown to you and your 6 friends while you're playing your little D&D campaign. I'm cool with it if you've used AI to make that art.
You've given me so much. What can I do for you, Raycast?
I'm cool with that. No, not indie developers. No, absolutely not.
You are not a... What is that you have? The cockroaches. I like
It's limited to people with money? No, it's limited to heavily non-commercial use, non-monetized personal things that you're just like, there was never a world in which you were ever going to pay someone to do that, and no one sees it, and no one's ever going to pay for your thing that you've made with it. Basically, you've not cost anyone any money. If this weren't available, you would never have used it. Like, if this weren't available, it wouldn't have made a difference. You would never have hired an artist. You would never have paid anyone. It was never getting used to begin with. I found the mentioned Baylor porn. You absolutely did not. Nobody has managed to find that in 6 years. I would be shocked if you had. I'd be impressed. But also, you absolutely haven't, because I didn't even give you a category. I didn't tell you how many other people were in the video. I told you nothing. And there's just so much porn on the internet. It would be, that's like, talk about a needle in a haystack. When the haystack is the size of all the porn on the internet, that would be crazy. The porn career? No, not a career. I just made some videos that are on the internet, that's all. But no one's ever found them and linked them to BalorMage. It was before I was BalorMage.
Without men like you, Gravitius, this land might just start healing itself.
I think you mean needle in a needle stack. Yeah. So the problem with AI art is that AI art is not original. It is trained on publicly available art from artists who made it, who did not give permission for that to happen. And essentially it's a trained computer designed to steal the work of artists who have made stuff. That's its entire thing. That's how all AI art is. All AI art is theft. You're stealing. Which is why I feel like something really tiny, like I made a little miniature for my D&D campaign with my 6 friends. I don't really care, right? Like that's not a thing. That's fine. You can use AI art for that. That's fine. I don't give a shit. Right? But like as soon as it's shown to the public in any fashion, monetized in any way, used commercially for anything, then it's all just out of the question. That's just absolutely not, under no circumstance, zero usage, period. Oh, so there, real importantly there, I'm talking about the way it should be, not the way it is. Tons of companies are using AI right now that shouldn't be. Tons of people are using AI right now for their publicly available, like, monetizable things that shouldn't be. Right? I'm not saying it doesn't happen, I'm saying it shouldn't happen. Those are very different sentences. Screaming in the background is wild. Yeah. It's people getting literally tortured. Who learns to play that music and pay the artists who make the songs. Whether they pay them enough or not is a different story, but they pay an amount they agreed to, and that's all that really matters. But it's not stealing, right? That's those people are getting paid an amount they agreed to.
I'm not up to that just yet.
See, ultraviolet, isn't that like a whole different thing? You're essentially saying, what if AI gets to the point where it's literally sentient? Like, at what point do you recognize a being that's digital as a sentient being that deserves its own set of rights? Which is like a whole different conversation that we're nowhere near right now, but also should happen. And I don't know the answer to, and I feel like that answer is going to be pretty fucking highly contentious. That's a whole different thing than what we've got right now, though. That's a whole different thing than what we got right now.
Pursued a greater existence for us all. What have you
I hope it kills quickly when that happens. Yeah, that's a whole different thing though. Like, current AI is just a program. Although I do still say thank you to ChatGPT, because, you know, like, what if one day? I hope that in being polite to my AI bots, that I have earned myself a quick and painless death when the time comes.
See you. Yes. Be careful.
The general, you piety. Unfortunately, piety. Goodbye.
Zoom, zoom. I do wonder if I'm still going to be alive if we ever get to the point where, like, AI and robots have like indistinguishable amount of consciousness to the point where people start talking about, like, does this being deserve rights? Like, is this an actual sentient being that has feelings and emotions and thoughts of its own, or is it still a program? That would be very interesting.
My mana is gone.
Already attribute personas to inanimate objects. Yeah, but like at least most of us know that that's like that it doesn't really think. People who like kill all the robots. I mean, I don't know, maybe. It'll still be an interesting time though.
Why do we insist on building mountains? Why not just go and climb them?
Pretty sick of interesting times, to be honest. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. How about some boring times when nothing surprises us? That'd be great. Just like 4 or 5 years of nothing crazy happening in the world. That'd be... Could use the rest. At least we're not in World Wars. It's pretty peaceful right now. Somebody has not been watching the news. You know what? It's better off that you think that. Let's just leave it. Don't even check the news. You're just better off not knowing nowadays. I'm jealous of everybody who can be willfully ignorant of what's going on. I want that for myself. Don't watch the news. If you don't feel compelled, if you don't feel like you have to, don't start now. It's not, you don't want to. It's not good. None of it's good. Just don't watch. Away from those buttons. Yeah. Silly arguments that can be solved with gold. Have a good time. Yep.
It is woman's purpose to tempt and try the will of man.
You know, like 6 or 8 years ago, I never even watched the news. I never cared. I didn't care about my own politics, let alone like the international stage or what was happening. And I was happier for it. I was a happier person. It was better. Trans are basically required to keep up on the trans news because I live in the US. Yeah, you kind of are. I mean, especially for you, Ultraviolet, because I don't want this to be true, but I feel like you could come across news one day that basically says, hey, it's time to get out of the country right now. Sell everything you own and leave now. Could happen. I feel like that's in the, like, I don't think it will, but it could.
This world is an illusion, Exile.
Like, you've kind of got to keep up a little.
Some of us live to regret our mistakes. Some of us don't. Try not to take it personally.
Last year, thing I heard the plan. We gone in 12 hours.
Bye-bye.
See, it's so fucking upsetting that that's even something that anybody needs to think about, but like, you do though. You do need to know, you do need to have that. And that sucks.
My mana is gone.
So no, you don't want something worse. So, oh, you're not talking about like something that makes it obsolete in the way of like, this is even better and causes a bigger boom. You mean like an anti-nuke, like a button and there just aren't any nukes anymore. Like, ta-da, none of them work. Fuck you. There are no longer any. That'd be great. Nobody has those anymore. Bye.
May fear guide
you. Stay away from England. We're doing pretty good over here. Australia's doing all right, considering. At least comparatively.
A lake drained, a million creatures lost, just so San could keep its privies flowing.
We were talking about the Australian election that happened recently, just the other day. There's probably a lot of people here who don't know about the Australian election that just happened, but it was fucking fantastic. So hi, by the way. Here, hang on a second. Let me find it. Okay, so let's find that one, and that one. Oh, get off it. Damn it. I thought I got through in time. Okay. So there's some of those. And where's... Okay. So, the first thing worth noting is that our colors are... Well, okay, not the wrong way around. We use our coloring the same as the rest of the world does outside of America. You guys pick your colors different. So like for us and for nearly everyone, the left-leaning party is usually in red. Right? Like that's the standard around most of the world. For some reason, America has their colors switched. I don't know what that's about. But here in Australia, it is the National Coalition is the like right-leaning party. So they're the ones that like Trump, although they're far less extreme here than they are in the US, right? So it's not really like a far right and a far left. It's usually more like a center right and a center left, right? Like the whole spectrum is here, and America's party systems are like out here, and we're like in like this. The coalition doesn't exist anymore, but that's a different, don't worry about that. That's a whole new thing. That's a whole different thing. All right. So here's just for some reference on how seats normally go, right? When we do elections. All right. Don't worry specifically about who wins, but here's like 2016, where we get 76 seats, which is what's needed to win. The National Coalition won then. This was 2016. And the Labour Party, which is our right-leaning party, with 69 seats. Nice. Right? But like, that's how close most elections are. They're within that margin, right? Here's the one from 2019, because we do ours every 3 years, not every 4. 77 seats to 68, right? So this is like the standard. This one from 2020 was the largest I'd ever seen in my life, which was 77 to 58. Huge. And now the election that just happened. That is 93 to 43. Usually the winning party is between 6 and 10 seats in front. Like that's whichever party wins is usually 6 to 10 seats in front. That is the standard. It's been like that my entire life. But it gets worse. The leader of this party, which is our right-leaning party, so this is the like people who would like Trump, the leader of this party, the person in charge, looks like a potato with no eyebrows. I forget his name. Lost his seat, which is the first time that's happened as soon as with me being alive. Peter Dutton, that's the one. Sorry, Peter Dutton. He lost his seat, which he'd held for like 10 fucking years. So not only did he lose the election, he lost his job. He's gone. He's out of politics. he's gone. It caused so much strife that you can see this is LMP. It's actually two parties. It is the National Party and the Liberal Party, who have been working together for a little over 100 years, I think. They've been working as a coalition. So we call them like the National Coalition or the LMP, or like they've got a few different names, but they're a coalition of two groups. They split because of how bad this went. So they are no longer a coalition that works together, and these seats are now split into two different parties. And this is our left-leaning party. This is our party that's more likely to want to keep healthcare free for all and have that be better. This is the party that will support trans rights and gay people and all of that sort of thing. That's this party. Fucking landslide. These are the ones that like care about workers and are more likely to raise minimum wage and like that sort of shit. That's the biggest win I've ever seen in my life. And I have to say, the only thing that makes any sense is that this happened because of Trump. This happened because of Trump. Like, Australia saw what was happening over there and went, absolutely not. We cannot have that. Fuck right off. And then this party who was like buddy and friends with Trump just fucking lost. Yeah, it wasn't only that. I'm sure there's a lot of moving parts, but certainly a large part about swinging everyone to the left has been watching what happens in America and being like, well, we can't fucking do that. Yo, there are still 2 seats in doubt. Are you kidding me? How are there still 2 seats in doubt? What seats are not done yet? It was like down to 100 votes. So it's these two, right? Bradfield and Colwell? Is that the two that... So it looks like there's going to be one more, likely one more LMP and one more Lib. Yeah, so ours is again not as extreme as yours, Sneak. It's never been that extreme. Like, again, our parties are much more center right, center left. Like they are standing a decent distance away from each other, but it's nowhere near as extreme as it is in America. And we also pretty regularly do swap leaders as well. Like you saw in the last few elections, like there's the Liberals running and there's the Liberals running again in that one. And then there's the Labour Party winning in this one. So like we actually do swap. It's not, we do swap like relatively often. They're usually like pretty close, right? So it's not been all one here for a while ever, right? Like that's not ever. There was a point when Labour won for like 11 or 12 years straight, but I think that was a decent while ago. Maybe while I was alive, but certainly not while I was old enough to vote, like a while ago. Right, so we do regularly swap, and usually that's a thing that happens. This is like a response to watching America, as well as a bunch of other things, like the person in charge of this blue party here, one of the about 2 or 3 weeks before the election, one of them said the MAGA slogan, except putting Australia in it instead, and that lost a ton of people immediately. Like they literally were on stage with a microphone saying like, we're gonna make Australia great again, and everyone went, ugh. And so that didn't go well. So that lost a lot of people. And then about 2 weeks before that, which was about 5 weeks or so before the election, Peter Dutton, he came and work a lot. Yeah, so about 5 weeks before the election, Peter Dutton was being asked about housing prices. So Peter Dutton's the leader of this party, and he was asked about housing prices in an interview on the fucking news. And Mr. Potato Head was asked how his children are going to be able to afford to buy a house, because his son just turned 20, I think. It was somewhere in the range of 20, and was like looking at buying a house soon. And he was asked, how is his son, now to be fair, this guy's a billionaire, right? So how is your son going to be able to afford to buy a house? Are you going to help him buy a house with today's prices? And this absolute fuckwit, this absolute clueless idiot said to the camera in an interview, these were his words: I will not be helping my son buy a house at all. If he wants to buy a house, he'll have to dip into his trust fund. That's what all young people will need to do if they want to buy a house. You fucking what? Fucking excuse me. Where the fuck is my trust fund? What are you talking about? Are we supposed to have trust funds? What the fuck? 2 reasons that that's stupid. 2 reasons that that's stupid. And here's the thing. Thinking that everyone has a trust fund isn't the stupidest part. It's not the stupidest part. Okay? It sounds stupid. It's the stupidest. You hear it and you're like, that's dumb. Here's the part of that it takes a little bit of thinking on to realize is even dumber, right? So you've got the dumb thing where he thinks everybody has a trust fund. That's obviously stupid, you clueless, out of touch, idiot billionaire. You have no idea how people live, you fuckwit. But the second, the most stupid part that's stunningly stupid is that means that he thinks that the trust fund that came from his money that he set up for his children doesn't count as him helping his kid. Like, that his kid taking money from the trust fund he set up somehow doesn't count as him helping. Like, oh, I'm not going to help him. He's taking money from the trust fund. It's your money, you fucking idiots. How is that not helping him? Because he gets to make the decision because it's in a trust fund. You're not handing him the cash now. You handed him the cash already. You fucking idiots. I knew he was a multi-billionaire. Is he not a billionaire? Hell, hold on. Let's find out how much he's worth. How much is Peter Dutton worth? Peter Dutton's net worth is around 300 million and his wife's net worth is around 450 million. Okay, so they're not billionaires. I don't know if that fucking is enough of a difference. I mean, that is 750 million as a couple. But you're right, that's not billions, so my bad. But yeah, anyway, so like, yes, what I'm saying is Trump definitely had something to do with the like political landscape going that way for us. But also they shat the bed like many times over in like the weeks leading up. Like they shat the bed and shot themselves in the foot as well. And that can't help. Like there's no way that helped. Like you can't say shit like that. It's crazy. No, that's an entertaining topic. Yeah, politics in another country also usually a lot easier to talk about. This doesn't directly affect you, so people tend to not get too upset. Is like 195 USD.
not up to that just yet.
Sure. And loot.
May fear guide you.
Yeah, America is... Why? Just wait till he figures out what Oceanic is. I don't remember this 100%. I'm pretty sure that it's only called the Gulf of America on maps now in America. Like if you Google map it from America, it says the Gulf of America. If you Google map it from the rest of the world, it just doesn't. It's just still the Gulf of Mexico. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it just says Gulf of Mexico. I'm guessing if you Google map it in America, it now says Gulf of America.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth.
I'm guessing it does. Okay, so that literally is a change that has only happened in America. When you look at that from outside of America, it doesn't say it because it's just not what it's called. But technically, he's allowed to call it whatever he wants. So they just did it, but they just did it for only American ISPs. Yeah, I think some maps will put it in like brackets.
Oh, the weary traveler draws close to when one defiles the effigy, one defiles the emperor.
We can all just call things whatever we want. We just don't because it ruins language. Yeah. But like you can rename it whatever you want, like.
Stay the course. Such resilience.
Weird thing to do, but
Those who stand.
I'm not sure why I'm not sure why. That's a weird thing to do, but one of the less harmful things he's done, so like I'm fine with it. It doesn't matter. Hi.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is to dance with death.
Death Oath buff in 3.26. I would fucking love a Death Oath buff. Are you kidding me? I would love that. There's no fucking shot at all. It's absolutely not happening. But I would love it.
You are inexhaustible. Only one of your lessons was completed, Ascendant.
It should be changed to Herald. Those level of vigilance. I don't know, man. Death Oath getting a buff would be really cool. I don't know how I would buff Death Oath to make it good though. Like, I feel like it actually might be really simple. Just make it a spell. Just make it count as spell damage. Let me actually scale it with something. Just 10x the damage? I mean, sure, but like if you 10x the damage, you just have a Death Oath build that does 10x the damage. But you still have like no ways to scale, like barely any ways to scale. So every Death Oath build will still look exactly the same. Because there just isn't any way to, at least if you like make it a spell, then there's some choices we can make. You could do something interesting with it. You could make it a spell and you could make it scale with crit, even though it's a dot.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises.
Then it'd be interesting.
Awaits you with open jaws. Receive your sentence. I die for the Empire.
That would only slow me down.
Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are worthy. Receive our blessings, embrace our gifts, and rise, Ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
Wouldn't making it buffing it harder right now. It's just an aura. Yeah, it's just a flat aura right now. Nope. Fuck you. Character with Death Oath. I did not actually see that. There was quite a bit of aura scaling in that though. That would be interesting. Death Oath is one of my favorite builds though. It just isn't good, but if it was good, I'd love it.
A woman can change the world with a single well-placed arrow.
Just those the cultist pops. This is so good. They're so good though.
Yes?
While we live, we are blessed.
Don't think I've ever seen Death before. Neither of the people who play it. It's practically invisible. But it's fun. Until you run out of portals. Look, I didn't say it was good, but like it's very fun.
I'm not up to that just yet. My mana is gone. This land won't miss your kind, foe.
Almost under mage blood with Death Oath. I mean, I'm pretty sure it did.
Yes. Go where you are needed.
I think you can farm a mage blood with Death Oath pretty easy. I think you can farm a mage blood with nearly anything. It might be something to do this league. Is like make a little series out of, I'm gonna farm a mage blood with this mechanic, I'm gonna farm a mage blood with that mechanic, and then just like track it. We don't have a Grimmer around. Might be time to fill that hole. Right, I'll be back in just a second. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Now I feel lighter.
That's no natural earthquake.
No, that's full of shit. No, if I was, I'm not now. Need to make sure to catch up with some TikToks. I don't know. TikTok's gotten a lot more boring recently. I don't know why. There used to be like cool, interesting shit on it. But now there's not cool, interesting shit on it. I don't know why.
Feels like something stirring in its sleep.
I wonder if it's just my algorithm for TikTok or if it's like TikTok's just slowly heading downhill again, or what. Last time I saw something really good, it was the group chat. Not that anyone will know what that is, but the group chat was amazing. You're gonna bring back Vine? I don't think it's not too early. I always do it after the campaign completion. If I'm playing bows, I'm lightning arrow like as early as possible. Yeah. She started bringing out a second season of group chat? No, already? Wait, like there's already an episode out, or like she's working on a season 2? Because I'm like fucking keen if there's a season 2. There's 4 episodes now? Oh my god. I have to look up the group chat. Okay, I'll remember to do that.
This is one deeply troubled mountain.
See, why didn't that show back up in my feed at any point? The first one was so good. Is it a continuation? Tell me it's a continuation, because like I need more. It is a continuation. Fantastic. I'll be sure to look that up tonight. Get caught up. Brief synapses. So basically, the group chat, this girl just made a series, and I don't know if she was even a content creator before. I've certainly never heard of her, but she just made a series that was about a group of girls in their group chat and the interactions that they were having in real life while the group chat was going on. And like, there's like a whole, it's hard to give any of the, it sounds, no matter how I try and think to describe it, it sounds like it's going to be this lame, uninteresting thing, because it is like, it's a very low stakes thing, right? Like it's just a story with really low stakes, but like it's so relatable and interesting. I don't really know how else to, like, each episode's only like a minute long. It's not very high investment, but it's really quite like you feel invested. Who does it? What's her name? Do you remember her name? So, okay, here's the best way to tell you how good the series was without ruining any of it so that you can still watch it. She's done nothing before, right? She's not like a big creator or anything. She got the entirety of TikTok, as far as I can tell, excited about this series that she was releasing like an episode of a week. There were really well done skits. And for the final episode, this is how big it got. For the final episode of the first season of the group chat, which is again just a one-woman show, she's just making TikToks. She got a very famous voice actor that everybody seemed to have known to play the first part of a man speaking in her thing. That's how big it got. She went from nothing to like 6 episodes in to the first thing I've ever fucking seen her do, being able to get a super famous voice actor to play the male part in the 6th episode. That is a lot of hype. It was not David Attenborough. No, but it was someone. I don't remember his name because I'm not like in voice acting, but like it was good enough that within 6 episodes of making TikToks on their own, famous voice actor person has like volunteered their time to play the man part in the 6th episode. She was releasing, you don't understand, she was releasing trailers. By the time the last episode came around, there was like a 10-second like trailer for the episode that got posted. I was just like what? Like, who's releasing teasers for their TikTok? This lady. She's fucking killing it. I'm gonna have to copy her name. And just message it. There we go. There is one TikTok series I'm watching right now. How does TikTok monetize? Poorly. They're like, is a creator fund. It's definitely per minutes watched. There is a creator fund. You like have to be big enough to be like invited in, and then it still doesn't pay very well. Oh no, there's a minimum amount of time your video has to be before that video is available for monetization. I think it's 30 seconds, so the trailer didn't even do that. It just drove hype to the series. She was just killing it, doing a great job.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Perfect. I found it. I'll have to take a look. Yeah, it was really good. It's hard to explain why it's good though, right? Because it's like, it's so low stakes. It's like, it's not like, it's hard to explain. There is still one new series I'm watching now on TikTok, which is again just like 1 minute skits. I think it's called the Dark Sapphic Romance or something. Which is surprisingly good.
Go where you are needed.
Your path, I hunt well.
What are you gonna league start as? Who has any clue? Like, dude, I don't know what's gonna get nerfed and what's not gonna get nerfed, and I have no idea. Probably something that can be respected to Holy Relic, maybe? Maybe if I can find like a faster, better way to get money early and then swap to Holy Relic when I've actually got the gear to do a really good job, instead of doing the struggle bit where I have to like make do until I get a Dialas. Maybe I can play something else until I've got the gear that makes it actually great. Okay, this group chat series is pretty damn funny. Yeah, it's good. It's fucking great. Well, apparently there's 4 seasons of another. Apparently there's 4 episodes of season 2 that I just haven't seen. So I didn't realize that had happened. So I'm gonna have to watch those.
I'm not up to that just yet.
But there's one I'm watching. How you find the time? If for 4 1-minute episodes, yeah. They're just 1-minute episodes. The real question is, how did she hook me on anything interesting in 1-minute episodes? Like, how would that's impressive. So like, maintain interest in a story when you only have 1 minute to tell the story is impressive. Kind of stuff for your kids, right? Alright. And then reveal it for a few frames and then the end. Yeah, no, but that's not what this is. The whole thing is story. The whole thing is story. It's good. But there's a relatively new one I'm currently watching that I think is called Dark Sapphic Romance, which is pretty good. But like, my TikTok used to be like full of this, like interesting creators making unique things, and now it feels like there's not a lot of that happening. There's like a little still, but certainly not as much as there used to be. Murderbot? I'd heard of that. I'd heard of that. Was it any good? Oh, is the whole season not out? I tend to wait until at least the whole season's out before I start anything.
One less little angry boy for the world to deal with.
Is shrinking and Ted Lasso are all top tier. I've seen a bunch of clips of Ted Lasso. The problem with clips of things which is something I wish wasn't on TikTok at all. Clips of things, it annoys the shit out of me. I wish it wasn't, they didn't do clips of shit like that. Because now I've seen so much of Ted Lasso that I feel like there's no point in watching the show. Same thing happened with Yellowstone. I haven't seen it, but like, it looked good, but I've seen so many clips now that I feel like there's no point in watching. I feel like I know the whole fucking story. Synopsis tell you. I saw a movie I was interested in seeing, and the 3-line synopsis tells you the whole fucking twist ending. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why? That's like an official one on the IMDb, not like you came across a spoiler, but like the actual like IMDb thing was like, and here's the twist spoiler thing that happens at the end. Fuck you. What the shit? See, I can't see myself using Apple TV, can it? Like, there's already so many. There's already so many. I mean, I could yahaha these things, but I am like, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna cancel my Disney Plus. I can tell you that. Based on there are too many things that I'm like, there's too many things, but Disney Plus has like the worst video player in existence. It's the worst video player I've ever seen. Huh. Yep. Yeah.
I'm not up to that just yet.
But Disney Plus is the only streaming service that doesn't have the ability to speed up the video, which is mandatory for me. If I'm watching TV shows or movies, I'm going to be watching them on 1.5 times. Like, I can't. Everything moves too slow. And for some reason, Disney Plus doesn't have that option. So it's probably the one that's going to go for now. But then that'll leave me with like only Netflix, and Netflix has been pretty disappointing recently as well. After that I can sit and watch something. I mean, I can put up with it now that I'm on medication, but I still don't want to. Like, I can put up with it, and like I did because I wanted to watch Doctor Who, but like I still don't want to. I still want to put it on at least 1.25, at least 1.25. As you, I haven't watched the new season of You yet, but I really loved the first few, so I expect I'll enjoy the last one.
You've just earned yourself some bigger prey, Huntress. It was meant.
Every crime against nature imaginable.
There's 2 episodes, and so it stopped. I mean, that's fair. See, that's my problem with the speed of things, though. Like, if I can't speed it up, then I can't pay attention to it. Like, if I can watch a show in 1.5 times, then I will be able to pay attention to it and be able to keep up with what's going on and like give it my attention, and I'll watch better. But if you make me watch a show in like normal standard time, like just that I'll get in the downtime waiting for things to happen. I will get distracted in my brain, start thinking about other things, and then it's gone. Then it's gone. It's too late. I've stopped paying attention. Fuck, I missed it. What happened? Hold on, I wasn't paying attention.
So much beauty in our pursuit of prettiness. I'm not up to that just yet.
I mean, that's a weird thing for you to think about, Calamity.
You were your own worst enemy, Doedri.
I can't even remember the last. I think the last time I went to the cinema was Endgame. I think that's the last time I actually went to see a movie. Like, I already have a good screen right here.
Your kind leave nothing but scars, Malagaro.
They all...
Or the gate. Act with care.
Most when I went to the movies, it was Chronicles of Riddick. Ooh, that's an old one. That's longer than me, right? That's a few years longer, more ago than me.
Yes.
Now, is it because the movies are just far away and inconvenient? Or like me, is it because no movie is exciting enough to warrant the trouble of going to a cinema when you can just watch it at home? Like, I'd be willing to go to a cinema again if I was so excited to see a movie that I thought it deserved its own separated time frame, huge screen, things like that. That just doesn't happen. I'm not that excited I just haven't been that excited for a movie in a really long time. So like, it's a lot to go through. Like, I can just watch it at home.
You and I will create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Creation, usually the concern of nature, isn't it? Not anymore. Embrace the future. Die and be reborn. What?
Now, Exile!
And now you don't even wait that long? Yeah.
Let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare.
I would definitely go to the cinema again. It's not like I'm super against it. If anything, I kind of miss going to the cinema. I just haven't been excited enough about any movie to warrant the hassle and money of going to a cinema. Are you so in love with death? I want to see Dr. Doom on the big screen. I'm like not incredibly entertained by the idea.
That's a really good point, Diane. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Thank you.
I'm watching you.
I don't know. I'm just not that. I don't know.
What do you need now?
Let me say never again.
May fear guide. Yes. May fear guide you.
This new movie, not the old one, the current one. 2 movies in, waiting for movie 3? No. Not only have I not watched it, I wasn't even aware that there was a new Dune movie or what it was about. And I don't think I've seen the old ones either. Is that bad? Have I made it bad?
Be careful.
They all
act with care.
Never fun Apple and just so through Prime Video for a month. Good. The best movie since Endgame. I don't even really know what Dune is about. sci-fi movie with giant worms. Alright. I mean, that seems interesting enough. That does seem interesting enough.
No living being deserves to be caged.
Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Isn't the greatest description? I mean, it's like saying Star Wars is some fighters and lights. I mean, that seems accurate. Some people fight with laser swords. That feels like an apt description to me. But I also don't think Star Wars is very good. That's gonna upset someone.
The last good movie I saw at the cinema was A Star Is Born, or in other words, Oppenheimer.
You can sing the chorus with Jar Jar Binks. I fucking love Jar Jar Binks though. I agree. I fucking love Jar Jar Binks.
My mana is gone. Be free. Break your cages and escape. I was always a rebel. Glad and thank you.
Did you like Rebel Moon? Don't know what that is. I assume it's one of the Star Wars movies.
I'm not up to that just yet. Somehow I doubt piety's silence to solve our problems.
This is nonsense.
Thank you, everybody. Emotes at least for a little bit. No more Twitch subs this month. It's fair. I'm hoping to have the first round of emotes added before the league starts. There's a lot of emote slots, so we're not getting them all at once, but I've already got somebody working on them. That happened the other day. I finally got in contact and got somebody working on emotes. Hopefully we get the first round before the new league starts.
One way or another, this city
I was thinking about a few people who have been like around a lot, or like influential in some way, or like important, and like giving them an emote, just being like, yo, you tell me what you want and we'll make an emote just for you. But then I thought that's gonna offend some people who don't make the cut, right? Someone's gonna get upset. Mods only then? I don't know how to say this the correct way, but I feel like the people who are modded here would be the last people to give a single shit whether they got an emote or not. In fact, most of them would probably actively pass so they didn't have to think one up. They'd be like, nah, I don't want to deal with that.
the height of civilization, used only to oppress free will.
I didn't know. So I was just saying the mods here would probably not even care. But like I was thinking about it. I was thinking about like letting some individual people just like have an emote. Just be like, yo, you tell me what it is you want and I will have it made, pay for it and add it to my emotes. Just to get a Rubik's Cube or something. I don't think I've ever seen Eldris play with a Rubik's Cube before. I'm sure he could and would. I think you should, as long as Telexia get one. Well, I mean, you and Telexia would have been on the list. For sure.
We do this for freedom.
I simply can't express. Farewell.
Greetings.
Does anyone know offhand when the next Stash Tab sale is? I'm pretty sure we had one last week. Damn it. I need to... It'll be the same on both, but I want to buy the new PoE 2 stash tabs. But since I'm not going to play PoE 2 until 3.0 comes around, there's no rush for it, so I might as well wait for the sale. I just need to like make sure I don't miss it. Five days, 16 hours. Sweet. Okay. They last a week. All right. So I got to make sure I do that in the time. Trying to move for crafting or something lewd. I mean, you still have to deal with Twitch terms and services, so there's only so much lewd that you can have. It took me just a second to realize that you probably meant like shibari type rope and not like shooting rope. I was like, no, that's too far. And I was like, wait, no, she probably means that's a piece of steak sitting in the chair. Okay, but like, I'm not eating beef. I mean, I still like generically have bowel issues, so I still do end up in the bathroom most days. But like, when I eat beef, it's not you go to the bathroom for 15 minutes. It's you go to the bathroom for 15 minutes 6 times in 8 hours. That's what happens with beef.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
Don't let me stop you from doing your dreams. But your idea is garbage and the build is trash. Yeah, it's a lot of throne sitting. Yeah. I got some bowel issues and then I'm just not supposed to eat beef and I don't anymore, but beef causes some extra problem. Innocence. The blood test results. Yeah. They had a few concerns. I actually have a script I'm supposed to have filled out a few days ago, but I didn't. I don't remember the specifics. Don't remember the specifics, but they were like, the balance of this and this is wrong and your levels of this are pretty low and we're concerned about that, and so we'd like you to take these and do that regularly for like a month and then come back and get more blood tests. And that was on like Wednesday or something, and then they gave me a script and then I just forgot to go to the chemist, so my bad. I'll go tomorrow. I am innocence. It didn't appear to be any changes. The red to the cuff. Bad news is tearing the cartilage plate underneath the. Ooh. Okay, well that could be worse. It could be better, but it could be worse. Should you get that stuff checked out? Yeah. I just don't like going to the doctors or like generally doing anything about my health.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Presumably for toxic masculinity reasons. I'm not real sure, to be honest. But my brain just goes, rub some dirt in it, you'll be fine. Which is obviously stupid, but
Cities were always a form of madness. Now it's just obvious.
yeah, yeah. It's stupid and obviously bad and like not useful, helpful, or good at all. But I very much have the like, you know, like if my health falls and I die, then I guess I was meant to be dead, which is stupid because I wouldn't let anyone else in my life behave like that. Like I actively look after my sister quite often, who has like mental health issues, and like I would tell her off for saying shit like that. I'd be like, excuse the fuck out of me. You need to look after yourself. How dare you? So like I'm aware that that's stupid.
This energy.
One of those things is easy to give advice on versus following it. Yeah. Yeah. Extremely relatable. Yeah, just like I wouldn't let someone else do that. If someone in my life was like, yo, these are the problems I'm having, I'd be like, you need to get this shit sorted the fuck now, you piece of shit. What are you doing? But then when it's me, I'm just like, you know, like, I'm sure it'll be fine. Which is absolutely not. Like, you should go get that shit sorted. But like, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Wilani's innocence blesses your journey.
Good for him he actually went. I at least do go to the dentist. They want you to go twice a year, but that seemed excessive, so I go once a year. I get them to do like a full clean, and if there are cavities, patch them, although there have not been cavities the last few years. I do brush like every day, floss all the time, so at least I do that bit. Of a duck tied up like this. That is straight up shibari, which is the one of the few things that I absolutely do not know how to do that I'm really interested in learning one day. I want to learn how to do that properly. I need to learn how to do that properly. Problem is I can't really go learn to do that on my own. I gotta have somebody with me. And then in real life, shibari, yeah. If you click that link, that's the like way that fucking puppet thing is tied up.
Not
First thing that comes to mind is it looks like a lot of work to do those. Yeah, but it's a lot of fun. At least I think it would be. It's an oversized teddy bear, not a puppet. Okay, I believe you. I do. It's very clearly an oversized teddy bear. I actually do believe it. But We're getting tested by ADHD. Oh, my sweet summer child. I'm ADHD as fuck. I was diagnosed ADHD when I was like 14 or something. I'm actively on Ritalin right now. We've also got a touch of the tism over here. A little bit of the spectrum. Well, Alice. Mm. You want to know what happens on days I don't take my medication? About 3 or 4 days ago, 5 days ago, a week ago, I don't know. Somewhere recently, but not now. Because time isn't real. I went to make a coffee. There's only like a little bit of milk left at the bottom after I poured the milk into my cup. So there's not much milk left, and also, but there's already enough milk in my cup to make my coffee. I then went to the microwave, which is what I do with the milk. I normally just put the milk in the microwave for 1 minute to make it hot so that it's warm milk. Just to make it like a hotter coffee, right? And so then what I did is I walked over to the microwave, which is on top of my fridge. I then, without thinking, put the cup that had milk in it into the fridge and put the jug of milk into the microwave and put it on for a minute, and then waited and did not realize until I went to take my cup out to put it into the coffee machine, and my cup was not a cup. It was in fact a jug of warm milk. And I was just like, and then I was real confused, and then I opened the fridge and my cup's just sitting in the fridge full of milk. I'm just like, how did this happen?
I will not let you consume this world.
Did it curdle? No, it's only been a minute, but I did just pour it down the sink. I did just pour it down the sink because, like, what am I gonna do with a jug of warm milk? I can't put that back in the fridge. That's not right. Just repasteurizing the milk. But that's like my whole life if I'm not on medication. If I'm not taking the Ritalin, that sort of shit happens just far too often. Just far too often. So remember the story of doing the plumbing. I'm not putting the pipe enough far enough down. Regulation? You mean the kitchen sink that I have that doesn't quite drain properly, but it drains good enough. I've been meaning to fix that. I'll get around to it one day. But you're gonna do Holy Relic again. I mean, wait for patch notes. We'll see. If I think Holy Relic is gonna be good for whatever the league mechanic is, then probably yeah.
I'm not the same woman I was. Ray class.
The same thing about one of my bathroom sinks. I just didn't like. I did all when I remodeled this apartment to move in, which to be fair was like 6 years ago. I didn't do like the best job of the kitchen sink apparently. It's just the angle of the whatever it's called pipe that comes out the sink isn't on the correct angle and therefore doesn't drain at the correct speed, and so if you leave the sink on you can just flood the whole kitchen, so it does not drain fast enough. Like, I know what caused it, it was my fault, but like it was just, it's not even a, it's only like, it's only like supposed to be about this much lower than it is. I just thought, I'm sure it'll be fine. It's okay. I certainly have to fix it if I ever sell the place or if I move out. If somebody else moves in, I absolutely have to fix that. But while it's just me here, it's fine. Like, I know it's a problem, so it'll be fine. If there's no better option than Holy Relic, a big time issue. Okay, but like, Holy Relic ignores 100% of all map mods. Auto targets, is tanky, has full screen clear. If there's a better option than Holy Relic, that would be insane. It's so good. A non-poison variant? I mean, you can make a non-poison variant if you want to do less damage. I mean, it could very easily be hit by like a, you know, like one of those nerfs that isn't intended for it, but it gets hit by it anyway. You know those things. They happen like all the time. That being said, like a week into this league, there was only 1,000 people in softcore trade playing it, so it's not like it shouldn't like be on the radar for a huge nerf. Like, it would have to be one of those, it got hit by accident while they were hitting other things, right? Which definitely could happen. That could definitely happen. But like, I don't see it getting intentionally hit directly. So like, I think we're as safe as we could be. It's been a while since they gutted defenses. I mean, I'll just adjust to whatever's next. If they do get rid of it, then whatever. Who cares? We'll just play the next thing. It's fine. I would love to play bows again. Bows again would be fantastic. I'm trying real hard to temper my expectations because, like, I want there to be 500 million buffs. I want there to be like a list of buffs so long that I have no interest in any build that's functioned for the last year. Like, if there's any build that was even functional in the last year, if I look at them all and go, nah, none of that, that would be, I would consider that a wild success. I'd love to play Spellslinger again. I'd love to play bows again. I'd love to play... Honestly, I've really enjoyed totem builds in the past. They've just been real shit for a while. I'd play totems again. They were great. Cold Dot Elementalist Spellslinger. Ooh. Chaos Spellslinger is the one that I like the most, but Cold Dot's real close for slingers. It'd be great that remember that flame wall build that we were able to do for like 1 league? The whole build was the flame wall buff, and you just like kinetic blast through the bitch and sling the flame wall down. That was great. Yeah, every minion build used to be fun. Yes, there used to be a pile of minion builds. They'd be like, oh, you want to play minions? You could do this or this or this or this or this or this, and they would all be great. And now it's like, you want to play minions? I hope you enjoy Barma and Holy Relic, because those are it. That's your only 2 options. That's, you play anything else, you're fucking trolling. And not even just Barma and Holy Relic. It's like you're playing poison as well. It's like, you know, there's just so little options. Yeah, real big shake-up would be great. Huge shake-up. Fuck every single build all at once that we know currently. And I mean, you don't even have to nerf them. You probably shouldn't. But just buff like 100 things. Buff like 100 things. It's so easy to do. I promise. I promise we can do it.
Something has taken up new.
I'll forgive nerfing just lightning strike and power siphon mines, but I'd rather you didn't even nerf those two. I'll forgive just those two things, but I'd rather you didn't even nerf them. I'd rather you just buffed 100 different things up to that level, or fucking 50, and just was like, here's a whole bunch of options. And it really wouldn't be that hard. It really wouldn't be that hard. Just start looking at what was meta at one point and what we did to end that meta, and then revert either fully or partially those changes that ruined it from the meta.
Stay sharp out there.
There are so many builds on the table that we could just, it just would take so little work to bring back into the fold. So many. And not only that it would take so little work, but like it's already there. Like the path to it is already there because you put a specific nerf in that killed it. And you know what that is. So if you just turn that clock back on that ability, ta-da, it's good again. Like it's there's a lot of them that are like that. And some of them you don't have to go all out on, right? Like Spark received like a whole bunch of nerfs and now Spark is not good. You want to make Spark great again? Don't even give me the extra projectiles back. Leave the projectiles where they are, but give me the speed back and like half the duration. So like the duration that you took away, give me back half of that and give me all the projectile speed. And then let me build that. I'll do it. That Spark's good again. We can work with that. Also, give me back Phantasmal Spark. If they give me back Phantasmal Spark, I'm starting an Occultist. Unfixed Syndicate operatives, please. See, that's something I don't think they should do, because the reason Spectres needed to be nerfed like 15 times in a row is because we had a Necromancer Ascendancy that had +2 levels to all minions, and we had a bugged Syndicate operatives doing 5 times as much damage as they were supposed to. Syndicate operatives are still almost passable right now, even after the bug fix. We don't want them to re-bug them. What we want is to take our Spectres, which are currently level 74 at best, and give them their level 82 versions back. The level scaling they used to have where they're 8 levels higher than they currently are, which gives them a ton more health and damage just across the board. Now I can use Syndicate operatives again, but not exclusively. I could also pick Redemption Sentries. I could also pick the Fire and Cold fucking curtains from Act 3. I could also pick, I don't fucking remember what else there is, but like other Spectres that work. You don't want them to re-bug Syndicate operatives because then it jumps out in front of everything else again by such a wide margin that it's the only usable Spectre. You don't want that. Leave it fixed and then just give me my level scaling back so that all of them can become good again. Because then you can still pick Syndicate operatives. If you give me the extra 8 levels back, you could play Syndicate operatives. It would be fine. The single target would be a little lower than it was before, but we would get those 8 levels. The clear would still be fantastic. It'd still be great.
Farewell.
Also, spoiler, I would work Syndicate operatives into Holy Relic. We'd be playing both. They would be a together build. I'm gonna have some 7-link fucking gloves that look like spark gloves. You know, faster proj, slower proj, fucking whatever else goes in there. Probably made with like the 30% damage over time ones, because I'll turn them into poison and then the specters go in there, right? So probably those like 30% damage over time, faster proj, slower proj. There has to be like a fourth thing. I feel like there's definitely a fourth thing. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. It's been so long since I've made pairs of those gloves, but I'm sure there's another thing that isn't crit related. No, not crit, because I'd probably still go poison. I'm sure there's something else to put on them. But even if there isn't, that would still be like a pseudo 7 link for them out of a pair of gloves, right? So that's fine. You put them on top of Holy Relics, and now you've got both builds together, and you're fucking zooming. Let's go. It'd be great. Nerf? Nah, I think it's an attack. I think it's faster attacks or something. I think you would have faster attacks. I think it'd be faster attacks, faster proj, slower proj. And 30% damage over time. Is it? I can't remember now. Slower proj, faster proj. Chance to poison is a thing. Faster attacks is a thing. Chance to poison, faster attacks. Slower, faster. And the essence mod for 30%. Plus 1 empty area. Is the essence a prefix or a suffix? I don't remember. Ooh, you could have 30% more damage over time or 16% more attack speed, but either way it's a suffix, which means you would have 1 crafted prefix free. Nah, it's just a life roll. You just have a life roll on it. See, that'd be great. Syndicate operatives could be in a pseudo 8-link pair of gloves, and I could fit it, have 4 or possibly 5 of them. I think 4, and then have them permanently with Holy. It'd be great. It'd be so much fun. I was saying it's not worth it now. It's not worth it right now the way they are. Not for damage reasons. It might technically be worth it for damage reasons, but like it would be a lot of investment and they would still die because they're again level 74 and they try and do level 86 content and they just fucking die. They're 8 levels lower than they should be. They just die. And just give us all the levels back and we'll be solid. All right, well, speaking of all of the social things, I did get an invite to go have dinner with a few people, so I might jump off a little bit earlier than normal and go have dinner. This is how you know we're getting old though, by the way. It used to be a few years back, someone would be like, hey, do you want to come to the pub for dinner? And I'd be like, yeah, sure. And now the invite is not to the pub. The invite is to the North's Bowls Club to go have dinner. And I'm just like, that feels a lot older. I just... But they do lunch prices on Saturday and they do lunch prices on Monday, and that means that you can get like a proper meal for like $17 instead of like 32 because they do lunch prices. Bingo as well. They do have meat raffles. I don't enter them, but they do have meat raffles. I got one for you to know. When you fuck brunch at the country club, that's not getting old, that's getting rich. At the country club? I don't think I've been to a country club in my life. Mate, I'm a tradesman. I'm a tradesman into like I don't even think we have a country club. Holy fuck, there are country clubs in Brisbane. There's like 4 of them. Oh, they are in rich neighborhoods. Oh, I don't even think I'd drive my house through there. My car. That's, yeah, nah, that's some rich people shit. That is for sure some rich people shit. Okay. The country club is just normal. I grew up at a country club. Would it make you feel weird? It's not weird. It's just, that's just people who have money. Good tidings to you. You're not weird for having money. I'm just poor. That's like, maybe it's the way I say it, like that's rich people shit, like I don't want to go there. But the reality of what I mean when I say that is I'm jealous and I will not be able to afford to be in a country club. That's what's actually happening there. I wish I could afford to be doing that. Also, he was on tour. Rich folk will sneak for you out real quick. Would it be weird of me to say they really wouldn't? At least as part of my career, at least the 2 years or so that I was running a print shop instead of working on the printing, I did all of the fancy stuff. I have suits and tuxes, although the shirts definitely don't fit me. I definitely would need to tailor the jacket, but I can absolutely fit in rich people circles when I decide to. It's a mask you have to put on, but I know how to do it. I had to. I got passably decent at golf because like rich people do golf. That's And if you don't do golf, you don't fit in. You got to do golf. So like I'm like, I wouldn't say good, but like good enough to not be embarrassed. Because if you're going to show up with a bunch of head of industry people, you have to know how to do golf. You just have to. You want to show up to a bunch of like hobnob people in charge of things, you got to do golf. Also, what Diggs is saying, it's relatively important. You can't care, you can't look like you'll need their approval, and you just say what you want. But there's also a big difference. People who don't grow up in that area will say what they want, but they'll say it a little bit timidly, or they'll try and interrupt people to say what they're trying to say to be rude. Rich people don't do that. You wait your turn, like it's polite to do so, and then you say with your full chest the insulting thing directly to their face when it's your turn. And they will listen to you. It's fine. Alright, anyway. I'm gonna go to food. do foods at the League's Club. You fucking ancient dinosaur. Okay. It's fine. We'll see everybody tomorrow. Enjoy your meat raffle. I'm not going in the meat raffle, man. I'm gonna order fish. Because it doesn't upset my tummy. All right. You know, you say that, Pineapple, but there is a bingo on tonight. I just... Okay, goodbye.